Alrighty, welcome back. For those of us that don't remember, this is what our last equity curve looked like. It's been a couple of videos after that, and we went through refining the data. We went through picking up points. We focused on one particular point in which price action wasn't clean. Then we went back to a clean price action area. This was on NQ, and we focused on creating a rule set of what our entries should look like. And now, as we come into this new market backtest, hopefully we're going to look into implementing these rules. So what we're first going to start off doing is a new session, and we're going to do NQ, but we're going to do from Jan 2023 to Jan 2024. We're going to cover a year, and we're going to start off with a basic 150K. This is because I've quickly transitioned from NQ. Yep. I've transitioned from 23, I said, from Apex to, sorry, this should be Jan 24 first. I have transitioned from Apex to Top Step back again. The reason I had originally switched was because of their trading platform. They stopped working with Trade of 8, which was a bummer because that's how I placed all my orders. And then what I'm going to do is turn off extended market and do regular trading hours. That way it keeps things simple. See if I can. Electronic trading hours. So we're going to go to regular. That way I'm really only trading New York open and close. Keeps things very, very simple. Going to throw in my general MAs and just basic layout. Awesome. And now we are ready to go. So I don't know what this market wants to do. Currently, just in bearish delivery. I don't want to touch this market at all because what has been proven to us? Well, money came in. Oh, my bad. Money came in, was not sustained. I'm waiting for a build back up to somewhere around even here, sideways, and then we're going to continue this bullish push. That's kind of all I'm waiting for, and this is the moment where you'd be out of the market for a good amount of time. So we're just going to, oh, my bad. We're just going to play it forward and wait for money to build up something right around here. And we can step down to the daily as well to see what, oh, well, I played that a little quick. Going down to the daily, looking at the weekly, probably on the weekly. Sorry, I have to replay, but I did play it a little quick on the monthly. So this is interesting because our entry is on the 5-minute. Is it fair to be looking at the monthly for quote unquote validation or to be looking to get entered? Not really. So we're going to step down to the weekly. We're starting to see demand validation coming in. This isn't enough for me, so I'm going to wait for another flush down and then a build back up. And there we go. Oh, not quite. Okay, so this is good enough for me. Even at, let me look at the weekly. Yeah, at this candle, I'd be looking at this market. And that's the weekly. Keep in mind, that's like very high up. Lines up very nicely with the monthly, the weekly, good, daily. So what I'm going to end up doing is pulling up the rules that we had created last session, and I'm just going to paste them in here so we can keep a good reference of them. Okay, so I'm just going to throw them in a text box right here. I'll probably make it a little smaller. And change the color a little bit. So these are the rules we're going to want to work with, okay? Keeping it very, very simple. This is just from one small section of looking at price. That's it. I'm not even going to probably end up looking at the 4-hour. If we do, we'd have accumulation, momentum break 1, momentum flush down, accumulation, momentum break 1, and we're delivering. That's all that we really care about. Look at the hourly. Let's see what we're looking for on the hourly. We're looking to be inside of some sort of accumulation, momentum break 1, 2, 3, or 4, which we want to stay away from likely 3 or 4. We want to look at potential entries outside of those just within the region. And then we want to see us go sideways. That's where most of our entries took place, at least I'd say around 60%. And then few actually didn't go sideways with the MA. So that's something we'll keep an eye out. If we're looking at the current models we're in, accumulation, momentum break 1, momentum break 2, going for 3. So we are within 3. I can almost anticipate that this market, sorry about that. Oh my goodness. I can almost anticipate that this market is going to go for a bigger flush down, given that we are quote unquote extended on the hourly for what I'd like to see. However, on the 20-minute, what we're going to wait for is an early stage delivery within momentum break 1 or 2, accumulation above the MAs, and then interacting with the MAs going sideways, no wickiness, and yeah, that's about it. So on the 20, we're going to wait for this to build back up, wait for our accumulation. This could be primed for an entry right now, but we're too far below the MAs. So I'm going to skip, and we haven't accumulated yet. Okay, we came in for some sort of accumulation, going for momentum break 1. Let's see the hourly. Hourly, we flushed down. Accumulation, momentum break 1, 2, flush down. So what I'll be waiting for on the hourly is a little bit of sideways. Here you have it. Entry inside of accumulation, which is going to be right around here. And that's it. Step down to a 20. We just accumulated. So once again, we're early stage momentum break 1 or 2 or within accumulation, which is where we're at right now. Staying away from wickiness and interacting in some sideways fashion, which we are right now. So what am I going to do? Step down lower and stock for entries. Okay, now on the 5-minute, what is it that we're anticipating? Well, we want to see a build up, a flush down, a build back up, a sideways, and then we go. So what is it that we're getting right now? We're getting that sideways. A prior flush into the MAs, always interacting with the MAs on the sideways movement, baselining, and then a potential entry here. ATR is 37. Maybe something like that at 1% risk. I'm going to see if I can pin this, which I don't think I can. Okay, I guess I can't. Let's take a step back down. Looking at the hourly. Where are we? There's got to be a way I can pin this text because this is going to get annoying very quickly. Anchored text. There we go. Awesome. Now I can delete this guy. We're going to set this to the nice green color, make it a little larger. And that's all we need to see. Okay. But get that early, once again. Are we inside of accumulation? We are, absolutely. Are we near the high of it? Absolutely. I'm going to give this a little bit of room right here so we know exactly what we're looking at. Did we go sideways? For the most part, still undergoing that sideways movement. So I can expect a couple losses within this area. The 20-minute, let's go back up. And keep in mind, I'm removing all amount of experience I have in the markets right now and basing it off these simple rules. Early stage delivery within momentum break 1, or accumulation, momentum break 1 up here. So we're good there. Have we interacted with MAs and gone sideways? We have. Are we staying away from wickiness? We absolutely are. And is our entry directly interacting with the sideways MA action? And it is. Wonderful. Get tapped in. Immediately going to take off maybe 50%. Immediately going to take off 75%. Going to take off my full position. And remember, my SL is just slightly like a pip below or a couple pips below. So like that wouldn't have taken me out, but this one certainly would have. So we take a BE. Just enough to cover for commissions. Okay, so now in the 20-minute, we've accumulated. We're going for momentum break 1. Early stage. Well, first, let's look at the hourly again. Hourly, what's going on? Well, we just accumulated going in for momentum break 1. And we're going sideways to some extent. Looking at the 20-minute. Are we within momentum break 1, 2, or within accumulation? Accumulation, going in for momentum break 1. No wickiness. And are we interacting with some sort of sideways action? We absolutely are. So we step down to the 5-minute and wait for that, which are right here, a prior flush of MAs. So we're flushing into MAs, coming up, building up sideways, So you have two entries here now. Sideways. And this might be a potential entry. ATR is 16. So we'll do something like 20. See if we get tapped in now, which we do. Immediately take off 50%. Get stopped out for a half loss. Okay, we're still going sideways on the 20. And on the hourly, we're just over accumulation going in for momentum break 1. I want to make sure we are within our trading session hours, okay? So on the 20-minute, we're still clear. We're within accumulation, momentum break 1 up here. So step down to the 5-minute and wait for a rebuild back up. Okay, we had the build up, money proved itself, the flush down, waiting for sideways. Nothing really set up. Nothing really got scooped up on the 20 either. If you watched the previous video, I talked about how a lot of price action, we like to see it get scooped up by the MAs. So if we're looking at the 20-minute, we have accumulation, momentum break 1, kind of flushing back down. If we get a rebuild back up, there you go. There was likely an entry right here, which we missed because I played a little too quick. But given that it is market close, I wouldn't be trading here regardless. So what we're going to do is just wait for market open, and chances are we're just going to gap up. Okay, and we didn't. This is good because now it gives us more opportunity. Let's look at the hourly again. Hourly, we are within accumulation and momentum break 1, I'd call it. And we are just now reaching outside of this. Well, this is interesting because we saw that any entry outside of a range like this is generally going to be losses, right? So we had a total of 8 trades out of 62 that actually ended up delivering with an entry over here. So now on the hourly, we might wait for some sort of collapse. Oh my goodness. There we go. Right? And exactly what I was anticipating. On the 20, we're flushing down. So this is going to give us so many more opportunities here. There you go. So on the 20, we have accumulation, momentum break 1, momentum break 2, going on for 3. We also know that 3 momentum breaks within the 20-minute is rare. It's rare for these to deliver. Well, let's see where we're at on the hourly. Hourly, we're at accumulation, momentum break 1, going on for a momentum break 2. Well, are we sidewaysing on the MAs? We are. I like this. And same with the 20. So now we have the build up, possibly anticipating the flush down, and then the sideways. Okay, flush down, build up, sideways. We might have something here. Okay, building the sideways. And there you go. Either one of these trades, or these trades, or even this trade would have ran. I was looking at this one and this one. Both of them delivered either way. All 3 of them actually delivered. So you can kind of pick and choose how you want to analyze that particular price action. Well, let's take a step back. 4 hour, we know it's just delivering. We don't care too much about the 4 hour. If we look at the 4 hour, we're in accumulation, momentum break 1, momentum break 2, flush down, accumulation, momentum break 1, going on for momentum break 2. So we got plenty of potential here on the 4 hour. On the hourly, we have a giant flush down, accumulation, momentum break 1, or momentum break 1 within it. On the 20-minute, what are we getting? Well, what break are we within? Well, accumulation, momentum break 1, probably a flush down, accumulation, momentum break 1. Okay. Are we going sideways? We are. And are we consistently getting bought up to some extent? Well, starting to. Did we stay away from wiki candles? Yes. And is our entry candle directly interacting with MA? Yes. What are we doing? Well, we built up on the 5-minute. So prior push, well, flush into the MA. So money comes in, we flush down into the MAs or just slightly below. Money starts coming back in and we baseline at or slightly below the MAs. Where are we baselining? At or slightly below. Okay. ATR was 13. So I'll do something like that, just over the low. I think all of these ran. Not a break even. I'd probably take off around 50 at this point, depending on where we're at. But yeah, full position off by this point. And we get taken out. Wonderful. The 20 minute, where are we at? Well, it's the same place likely. Accumulation, momentum 1, momentum 2, going on for momentum 3. Hourly, are we within, where are we within hourly? We're within accumulation, momentum 1 or 2, so that's all right. Yeah, we're still within good delivery area. So for the 20 minute, or 5 minute in this case, we're gonna wait for rebuilds back up and just insane volatility. We don't like wickiness. Probably gonna be reflected on the 20. We also showed last session that a lot of this volatility sometimes is almost like controlled wickiness. If you see here, where was it? Stayed away from candles with wickiness. All six ended up delivering. And it was wickiness like this, well controlled in a specific direction. So now as we look at the 20 minute, we are accumulation, momentum break 1, 2, 3. We've kind of pushed it at this point. So what am I anticipating? Well, a bigger flush down likely. On the hourly, we're accumulation, momentum break 1, 2. Okay. And we're pushing that zone. So at this point, we are beyond our point of entry. What do I have to wait? I mean, there was no entry here for us regardless, but would have been nice. So now in the 20 minute, just wait for a crash back down. If the market wants to go, well, actually, yeah, there's market close. Nothing there. Okay, money's coming back to us. We're gonna see if this is valid. Where are we on the hourly? Hourly, I mean, we just fucked off. Accumulation. So on the hourly, I don't want to touch this thing. I want to see this thing come down further to us. So we'll just step up to hourly and wait for this thing to come even to around here. There we go. Notice if you would have taken entries at that high, you would have gotten taken out. Okay. Where are we in our hourly? Well, we had accumulation and we're just going for momentum break 1. This is wonderful. Where are we on our 20? Oh, this is going to be on our 20. Yeah, this is a flush out. So we're in accumulation. I mean, replayed it back to this candle because our entries are right here. Yeah, we're building accumulation out of these points. So by the time we get entered right here, we're going to be just at the high of accumulation break 1, which is perfect. 5 minute. We're sidewaysing. What do we have here? We have a flush back down to the MAs. We're baselining at or slightly below. What is this? 34 ATR. We could tighten it up just a little bit. We get tapped in, 50 off right out the gate, full position off. And then we get taken out right away, but that's okay. Now on the 20, we're still waiting for this accumulation to prove itself. So we're going to wait for a little bit more sideways and then step down. Okay, that's even better. Market reopen. So I probably shouldn't even have taken that trade given that it was market close for us, but accidents happen, I guess. Okay. I'm actually going to move this. I wonder how I can modify this text because I want it to be centered. Okay, I guess I can't. Can I do that? No. Remove this text wrap thing. Okay, we'll just leave it as is. So on the hourly, let's see where we're at. That's the 11 hour. Hourly, well, we had accumulation right here going on for momentum break 1. What am I waiting on this hourly? Are we within momentum break 1? We are. Are we going sideways building up on the MAs? We are. So 20 minute, where are we? Giant flush down, waiting for accumulation to prove itself. At this point, I could start looking for entries on our 5 minute. Build up, back down to the MAs to some extent. Does this look familiar from the trades we took last time? This looks a little too familiar. Now, is there going to be a trade here for us? Chances are no, given the size of the ATR. 53. It's pushing it, but it's there. Let's see if it's a break even. Chances are it is. Yep. So that would have been a break even. Lovely. 20 minute. We fall back down. Where are we? Well, we just accumulated, but now we're falling back down. Interesting. So what are we going to wait for? Reaccumulation to some extent. We're not getting a whole lot of that, but finally starting to get scooped up. If we sustain right here, this is almost like fractal accumulation to some extent. I'd probably want to wait for this high to break. And now we can potentially start looking in to get involved here in the next few candles. Okay. So we undergo some sort of fractal accumulation. Look at it however way you want to. Gonna delete all these lines. And then I'm gonna lock this guy in. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Lock it. So that way I can't delete it. Let's look at that hourly. Hourly. Accumulation going in for momentum break 1. We're way down here in the range. However, 20 minute. We're just starting to undergo accumulation on the 20. What are we missing? Well, accumulation was here. And we're no longer there. If anything, if we really wanted to catch this accumulation, maybe at this point. And then this is a valid long right here. Okay. Whichever way you want to look at it, you can choose to trade and wait for the MAs for price to come back down to the MAs, because then that would make it valid, right? Because we want to trade within the momentum breaks. If this comes down and then closes there, like closes down here, then that would be momentum break 1. However, that's not what we're dealing with. So still within accumulation break 1. Are we going sideways on the MAs? Not really. I'd like to see a little bit more down. Okay, now we are. There you go. Probably an entry there for us. Price pushes up, flushes back down to slightly below or at the MAs. Guys. Okay, now unfortunately this is red news, but you get the idea, right? So let's see where we're at on the 20. 20, we'll just say fractally accumulated momentum break 1. What am I waiting for? A big flush down now. Going on for a momentum break 2. If we manage to build up something here, what are we waiting for? Interacting with the MAs, going sideways. Completely flushes out. Kind of accumulating. This could be your accumulation, but not for me. I'm sorry. Nothing too clear here for me. Okay, we build up, we accumulated to some extent. Going for momentum break 1. What am I waiting for? A little bit of sideways with the MAs getting bought up. So probably right around now, step down to a 5 minute and start looking for entries, right? Let's see where we're at on the hourly. Hourly, accumulation, momentum break 1. That's all we're looking at. If you want to look at this as accumulation and this as momentum break 1, well, we have the exact same narrative. Let's see what happens here. Okay. Just making sure we are on track here. Falls back down. Wait for a 5 minute build up. We fall back down. Nothing to do. Waiting for a rebuild back up, aka accumulation. We have it. Am I looking for entries right here? Probably. Entry right here. Maybe a break even if we come back down. Break even. 20 minute. Accumulation. Still at the high of it, so still very, very valid. Are we going sideways for 1 to 4 candles? We are. Are we staying away from wickiness? We are. Is our entry candle directly interacting with the MAs? It absolutely is. Hourly. Are we within accumulation or momentum break 1? We are. We're kind of low in it, I'm not going to lie. If you want to consider this as momentum break 1 and this as momentum break 2, then we're well within it. or accumulation in this case, accumulation, momentum break 1. So we're still very, very early to this market. 5 minute, we're sidewaysing. Keep in mind, I am working solely off the rules. I'm throwing everything I know away. Okay, we fall down. What am I waiting for? A rebuild back up. We're getting the sideways again. Is the 20 still in line? Well, we had accumulation and we kind of fell back down. So what am I waiting for again? More accumulation. Okay, we have accumulation. Going for momentum break 1. What do I want to see? Interaction with the MAs. Interacting with the MAs, going sideways. That's all I needed to see. Let's see here. 20 minute. We missed something. Hang on. Is this a wiki market condition? Kind of. Kind of. Probably not something I want to trade. Wait for a rebuild back up. We're still going sideways, getting bought up at the MAs. Accumulation was apparent. Let's look at the hourly, because a bit has changed. We're within accumulation, going for momentum break 1 if you want to look at it that way. Stay away from, yep. Okay, so we're just waiting on the 5 minute. We want to see build back up. We're building up, flush to the MAs, and we fall back down. Now we step up to the 20 minute, nothing to do. Wait for more accumulation to come in. And we just fall off. As simple as that. Where are we in the hourly? Well, we completely just fell off. This is a giant flush at this point. So we're going to wait for hourly accumulation. We have it right here. Where are entries? Well, if you wanted to, there's entries right here, likely. Okay, this is market close for us, so we wouldn't be trading here regardless. But hourly, we're back in the game. Accumulation has proved itself. We are what I would consider extended at this point in the hourly to look for entries, because remember, very few of our entries were actually outside of accumulation or these zones. So I'm going to wait for a crash back down. You missed the move. That's okay. Going on for a momentum break 1. 20 minute. What are we waiting for? Well, let's see where we are in stages. Accumulation. Going in for effectively momentum break 1 as well. Are we interacting with the MAs in a sideways fashion? Yes. Just at or slightly below the MAs? Yes. Staying away from wickiness. And is our entry candle interacting with the sideways motion? Absolutely. So 5 minute. What are we waiting for? Prior flush to the MAs or slightly below, which we're a little too far below, and baseline. So now we build up just slightly, flush back down to the MAs and baseline. We're baselining right now. Do we go? There we go. You get entry 1. Sorry, entry 1. Entry 2. Maybe a break even at this point. Break even on another. This would be red news and it's market close for us. But yeah. 20 minute. Hourly fell off a little bit. But this is perfect because we're in accumulation 1. And momentum 1. Wait for a little sideways. Okay, well, I played a little too quick. But that kicked up very quickly. Where are we on the 20 minute? Well, let's see on the hourly. Yep. At this point, any entry below this line is valid. On the 20, accumulation, going in for momentum break 1. Where are we on the 5 minute? Oh my goodness. You can't even deny this entry. So clean. So clean. I don't know if it ends up going very far. I just know we do get tapped in. ATR is 43, so it's perfectly in line. Get tapped in, 50 off right off the gate. Full position off. Slightly below our entry. Okay, take a break even. Cool. Nothing to do. Gonna wait for a rebuild back up on the 20. Wait for money to come in. Okay, let's look at the hourly. We're still within this hourly momentum break. Well, we kind of broke down. Let's see. Accumulation, momentum break 1. Kind of broke back down. So effectively, this is accumulation on the hourly at this point. This is what I would expect to see as accumulation on the hourly. So now any entry within here, with the 20-minute aligning, we're good for entries. Okay, what are we waiting for? Early stage delivery. So we almost want to wait for money to prove itself. Accumulation isn't enough. I'd probably wait for this high. Okay, well, within accumulation. So yeah, just at this high, what happened? Early stage delivery within momentum break 1 or 2 or within accumulation. What stage are we in right now? We are still within our accumulation approval. Okay. Did we interact with the MAs and go sideways in 1 to 4 candles that slowed the MAs? Well, what are the MAs doing? They're kind of flat right now. Did we stay away from wiki candles? Absolutely. Unless you consider this wiki candle, but it was within 3 candles. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so we're good. Cool. 5 minute. Oh my goodness. Build up. Flush back down into MAs and baselining at them. What is this? ATR is 26. Falls back down. Still okay for an entry because we know we like to see these fall and then just blow back up. Kind of like that. Full position off. Managing 50% at 1 to 3 if it does want to give us that. We might be getting a new entry right now. Let's go take a look. Accumulation within momentum break 1. Where are we in the hourly? Well, in the hourly, we're still within accumulation to some extent, right? Giant flush down, accumulation at this given point. So we're going to go back to this candle so I can show you on the hourly. Accumulation on the hourly is right here. We are below that point. 20-minute accumulation going for momentum break 1. Where are we? Did we sideways with the MAs? Did we interact? The entry candle interact with the sideways? Absolutely. Did we stay away from choppiness? Yes. Did our entry candle directly interact? Yep, I already said that. What are we doing on the 5-minute? Well, we flushed down into the MAs, we built up and baselined at or slightly below the MAs. What is this? Get tapped in. 50 off right off the gate. Full position off. Okay. And we take a break even on that. Beautiful. What are we doing with this position over here? Well, we're waiting for a 1 to 3. I mean, it's a little late to manage now. So I'm just going to let this thing go if it wants to. 1 to 3. 50% right here. 50% right here. I don't think we have a new entry here. Yeah, we're too far gone on the hourly. Because the hourly proof happened right here. So the only thing I'm doing is managing and waiting for the 20 to flush back down. Did I manage 50? I did not. Let me take off 50 of my position. And now managing on the 20. Yeah. And wait for this thing to either collapse or let us go. And it collapsed. I hope I moved my position to break even. I'm not too sure if I did. Where are we on the hourly? Well, we kind of flushed down. We accumulated. And going for momentum break 1, question mark, which we're within that. 20-minute, where are we? Accumulated, momentum break 1, going on for momentum break 2. If we sustain this point right here, so 5-minute, build into that maze, and we fall off. That's all good. We build up into that maze, sideways, falls off, build up, sideways. There you go. Probably a break even. I would have probably gotten very lucky, if anything, because I told you guys I'd put my SL right below. So I would have managed 50% to here, and then on one more bullish push, full position off. Depending on how you manage this, you're going to get different results. Let's see where we're at on the hourly. Accumulation going for momentum break 1. Does that fit our rules? Yes, it does. 12 of those trades out of 62, which is a pretty high percentage, went. And not only that, they sidewaysed. Awesome. 20-minute. Early stage delivery within momentum break Let me delete everything. 20-minute accumulation, momentum break 1. Are we within momentum break 2? We are. Have we accumulated above the MAs? Have we slightly interacted in a sideways motion that slowed the MA's candle just at or below an MA? Yes. Did we stay away from wiki candles within 3 candles of the range? Yeah. Did our entry candle directly interact, aka this one, with the sideways entry? Yep. What are we doing on the 5-minute? We build up, we flush back down, we baseline at or slightly below the MA, and that's our entry. I don't know if it goes or not, but we'll just let it run. 50 off right here, full position off right here, waiting for a 1 to 3, and we take a break even. Nothing's new, you guys. Where are we on the 20-minute? Accumulation, momentum break 1, going on for momentum break 2. We are still at this point. What happened on the 20-minute? Let me look at the hourly. Hourly accumulation, going on for momentum break 1. Alrighty, hello guys. It has been a couple days since I started this recording and I fell really ill. So I've just taken these last few days, half a week to recover. And my voice is still pretty messed up. I mean, I had crazy fevers and we're finally back. But expect me not to continue talking too much. I'm still gonna break down the trades and all that, but let's take a step back from everything real quick and see where we're at, just so I can refresh myself. And once again, I'm sorry for the stuffy nose, and I'm doing a little bit better, but I felt the urge to have to finish this video for you guys because it has been a while. And my apologies, I have not been trading. I've just been in bed effectively for the last few days, and it's been pretty bad, but we're doing way better now. I got some hot tea right here, and hopefully we do well. So just a reminder real quick on the hourly, which is going to be our context, hourly, 4-hour, weekly, etc. I'm looking at all those, but primarily focusing on the hourly, given that I am on 5-minute entries. Okay, so generally I want to see my entries within momentum break 1, accumulation momentum break 1 or 2. And you can see this is where we have the most of our best entries. We want to stay a little bit outside of the quote unquote extended or outside of these stages, and we want to wait for price to return to the MAs. We want to wait for some sideways and building higher, and then that's where our best entries are going to be. We can also interact with the MAs, but not in a sideways fashion, but I would like to see that within these earlier stages, if anything. Okay, with the 20-minute, we'd like to see our entry with a momentum break 1 or 2 accumulation, just within there, interacting with the MAs, going sideways, and then yeah, and then we want to see our entry candle. Of course, stay away from wickiness. That's almost like a given at this point. And then we want to see our entry candle directly interact with the MA in the sideways region. And then on the 5-minute, it's going to be very simple. Just wait for a flush back into MA, some sort of baseline. For example, come back into MAs, build up baseline, and then a buy stop right here, or here, right? Come back into MAs, baseline, entry over this high, doesn't go. Entry over this high goes. Entry over even this high, break even, over this high, break even. Now this is the 20, but just for example purposes. So let's step up to monthly, see where we're at. Okay, yeah, so we're just immediately looking for longs at this point. You don't so much have to look at the monthly. If anything, I've been thinking about, and I'll continue testing more and more, up to what time frame do I want to look at? I mean, it's very helpful to look at the monthly, for example, to look at institutional money. However, I would advise against it, especially if you're a beginner, because you can get lost very easily. I mean, you can look at this monthly trend, even at like this point, and be like, oh yeah, reaccumulation, but at this point, it's like I wouldn't be trading anything. At this point, I would. We're over the MAs and we're getting scooped up. Stepping down to the weekly, I mean, we're barely in accumulation momentum break, or accumulation break 1, going on for potentially momentum break 1. Stepping down to the daily, I mean, we're just in perfect. We got so much room to go here for the next few weeks or days, probably about a week. Stepping down to the 4-hour, 4 hour, we broke down accumulation break 1, going for likely momentum break 1, if anything. Hourly, let's see where we're at. Accumulation, momentum break 1, giant flush down, going for accumulation. And we are at the high of it. I'll keep these up. We are at the high of it. So if anything, I could see some beautiful setups here. And if we go through our rules, entry inside accumulation, momentum 1 or 2. So here, accumulation, momentum break 1, giant flush down. This is technically accumulation break 1. And then, yeah, so very simple, breakdown or step down to our 20. See where we're at. We had a giant flush here, so accumulation going for momentum break 1. See what our rules are here. Early stage delivery within momentum break 1 or 2 or within accumulation. Interacting with the MAs in a sideways motion. That's exactly what we're doing right here. Staying away from wiki candles, and we want our entry candle to directly interact with the MA. So stepping here, once again, accumulation going for momentum break 1. Now we can step down to the 5-minute. Make sure I'm dealing only with regular trading hours, which we are. Perfect. And yeah, if we get a nice entry, we are sidewaysing. Step back up to the 20, even the hourly. I do want to see where we're at. Yeah, so we're still within hourly accumulation, which is perfect. 20-minute, we're starting to build up on the MA. So let me see if I can find the rule here. Interacting with the MA, going sideways in 1 to 4 candles, in which we slow the MAs. You can see them going sideways here. Our entry candle, aka this one, if anything, is directly interacting with the sideways region. And then we want to build up. That's generally a rule from the hourly. Let me see if I can find it. Building higher on the MAs, but that's effectively what we're doing. If we get a trade here, the expectation is that we're going to move, and that is quote unquote building higher on the MAs. Okay, so we are having some beautiful sideways here. Come back into the MAs, and then, right? So if we look at the 20, sorry, we are building up now. If we look at the 5-minute, prior flush into the MAs, build up, and baseline at or slightly below MAs, and that's exactly where we're at. So ATR is going to be around 22, so I'll just put it at this swing low. We didn't get tapped in yet, so you could go ahead and adjust your stop right here. I'm just going to move to break even very quickly. Okay, and we fall back down. Now I'm going to wait for a rebuild back up. We are getting that sideways, and that's your entry right there. You see where this is at? My apologies. And that's your entry. And notice if we step up to the hourly, we're still within accumulation, right? This is our high we're looking to break, and we're within that. And same with the 20-minute. This is the high momentum break 1 that we're looking to break, and we're still within that. And that's the biggest change to my system is I no longer take entries outside of our initial 1 to 2 breaks up, which is good and bad both at the same time. ATR is around 16. It's good and bad at the same time. We said 16. Close enough. Move to immediate break even. Take a break even. Technically, as you guys know, oh, well, that would have been a loss either way. Beautiful. I'm going to lock this guy in. Okay, we are locked in. Cool. So we completely flush down, or like big major flush. Okay, if I look at the probably 4 hour at this point, we're in this giant flush, we accumulated, and then kind of broke down. I don't look at that hourly, giant flush down. At this point, yeah, we build back up immediately, so that's good. Same on the 4 hour, we do build back up. Okay, which is good. If you still want to consider this accumulation going for momentum break 1, this is so perfect. We are still within that. On the hourly, complete flush down going for accumulation break 1. And on the 20-minute, effectively accumulation. I do want to see some sideways. So on the 20-minute early stage, so accumulation, Hopefully this is momentum break 1 that we're looking at here, and we go a little bit more sideways. Interacting with the MAs sideways, that's what we're getting right now. Staying away from choppy or wiki, which we are, and then our entry candle is directly interacting with the sideways motion. So right here, we just wait. Getting that sideways that we like to see on the 20, which is now confirming this is going to be momentum break 1. Okay, we are building something here, which is beautiful. There we go. Waiting for us to build away from the MA, kind of like we did here, but it just kind of failed down. If we went a little bit more sideways on this one, we would have gotten something. But wait for a nice build up. This is outside of 20 minute. Let's see where we're at on the hourly. Hourly, we are still within entry range, if that makes sense. We're still within our quote-unquote accumulation phase. So on the 20 minute, beautiful entry somewhere around here. It's just nothing really set up. If you're crazy, you could have taken this one. We did get that sideways, but I was kind of drawn away by the fact that we had, this giant candle right here. But yeah, this, gonna wait for a rebuild back up. Okay, this is wonderful. So on the 20, wait for some sort of sideways again. There we go. We're getting that sideways accumulation, momentum break 1, going for momentum break 2, still within the hourly accumulation. So this is perfect. Wait for that sideways. Nope, we want to see a build off of the MAs. Okay, we're getting something and falls off. Nothing to do here. Gonna wait for a rebuild back up on the 20 and we just flush down, probably on the 4 hour as well. So at this point, I'd just be waiting for us to build back up to somewhere around here, likely. So where we're at on the daily. Daily giant flush down, probably waiting for some sort of accumulation at this point. Probably somewhere around here I'd start looking. Okay, and it did play a little fast, but on this candle, probably halfway through it, we would have started looking. Because this would, right at this point, would have been considered accumulation for me. There we go. So probably around here, we're back in the market. We got the monthly. We are, if you want to consider this accumulation point right here, or somewhere around here, we're just at the verge of it. So it is still valid for entries. We are within it. Good on the 4 hour. On the hourly, we're just far, far extended. Accumulation, nothing to really do right now. I want to see it flush back down. No interaction with the MAs. Okay. Accumulation, maybe momentum break 1, going for momentum break 2. That's valid. So stepping down to the 20. Giant flush down. Going to wait for some sort of accumulation. And then we're going to be in on this market. Okay, we get our accumulation. Now we could start looking for longs at this point. I'm just going to do a top down again. 4 hour, we had a giant flush. We did accumulate on the 4 hour. Probably same on the daily. Yep. Beautiful. My bad. Didn't mean to do that. Okay. Looks like we lost this little guy right here. So on the 4 hour, like I said, accumulation. Don't care too much about the 4 hour. On the hourly, accumulation, momentum break 1, likely momentum break 2. And that's what we're targeting right now. On the 20 minute, we have a complete flush down, accumulation, accumulation break 1. Would have been nice to catch an entry in here, but that's just too insane for us. And we are still interacting with the MAs at this point. We do have red news coming up, but we are getting this sideways motion right here. We fall down, nothing to do. I didn't mean to start that timer. Okay. Coming here into the 4 hour, just gonna wait. We're baselining very nicely on the 4 hour. So if we can get a nice little bullish push out of this guy, right around here, there we go. Then we have accumulation, momentum 1, going in for momentum 2. Okay, very, very nice. Here on the 20 minute, we do have accumulation back into the MAs. So maybe we get a nice bullish push out of this one and then a good entry. And we just fall off. Probably on the 4 hour at this point. We're just waiting. Wait for a little bit of bullishness here on the 4 hour or hourly. Wait for a little bit of baseline. We do accumulate here. So once again on the hour, the accumulation, momentum break 1, going in for momentum break 2. But effectively, we broke down all the way at this point, right? I mean, we're way down here. So at this point, I'd be viewing this as accumulation to follow this guy long right here, which is actually really nice. Looking at the 4 hour, we are still barely holding on the 4 hour. Daily, this is what I'm saying. Build up, lots of bullishness, back to the MAs, build up, sideways, and we're going to push. That's all I'm saying. So we'll see how this guy pans out. But yeah, on the 20 minute, we have it's a little wicky. And we do say to stay away from wickiness within 3 candles. So I'm just going to let this one go, unfortunately. Okay, it's been about 3 candles. I don't really consider this wickiness because it is adding to the narrative that we're looking for. Let's suppose we had giant wicks in this direction and this direction. That'd be problematic. But a wick of this size, which isn't even half the candle size, is showing a lot of buying pressure. So, and we did build to the MAs. So if we have an entry in here, that's something I would have gotten involved in. And effectively no entry. This is your only guy right here. And I think that's a little too early for me. Oh, my bad. Let me go take a look at time of playing out. Accumulation going for momentum break 1. This is actually quite interesting. I like it. Yeah, if anything, I would have waited for a build back up here, sideways, and then taken it. So I'll just stay out. We are getting some sideways motion, fall back into the MA, so this is really good for us. Because if we step back up to the 20, we have accumulation going in for momentum break 1 or 2. So either way, we're still early phase. Looking at this hourly, undergoing effectively, if you want to consider this accumulation break 1, this is also valid for entries, or probably some point around here. We're still within both reasonable areas to take entries. So we'll go ahead and look for our longs here. 20 minute came back down into the MAs. So if we get some nice baseline, build up, falls back down, build up. Okay, and nothing to do at this point. At this point, I'd just be waiting for the hourly to break up a little further. There we go. Yeah, this is perfect. I probably missed my entry right on this candle just because I played it a little quick. Yeah. I do want to look at what this entry looked like. It might not be valid for me. Yeah, this isn't valid. So I just have to stay out. We go. On the 20 minute, I want to see. So see where we're at here. We have effectively accumulation. Maybe a little bit of sideways. Hopefully here. Step down to the 5 minute. We are getting this baseline, but I want to see it come down further, if anything. And we did end up interacting with the MAs to some extent, but that's on market open. Okay. So it is what it is. This would have been a nice entry. I'm not going to bullshit you guys and tell you, yeah, that's the trade I would have taken because, quite frankly, I missed it. And that's just the way things go. 4 hour is very clean. I mean, I drew out this model earlier, but this idea of giant flush, boom, baseline, and then we move. Seems like we're fulfilling that right now. Hourly, we accumulated probably around this point. We're too far for entry at this point for me, so I'd want to see either some sort of baseline for me to get involved, because remember, if we look at our rules, let me move them. For our hourly, we want to be inside accumulation moments break 1 or 2, And at this point, we're in the delivery, aka the outside of accumulation phase, right? So we just got to stand by. And this market's going to go without you. Now, what are we doing? We're setting up for momentum break 1, which is one of our more successful entries, right? And I guess I didn't touch on this last recording, but notice our most successful entries. These two, effectively. And these are going to be your earliest stages in the market condition. In any market delivery, these are your earliest stages, aka when banks are getting accumulated or hedge funds, whatever you might want to call it. But this is where you're going to have your most successful trades, which I guess we hear it quite often. And it's like, oh, you got to know when to get positioned early in a market delivery. But this is just data that supports that at the end of the day. Okay. Hourly, yep. So if anything, once again, we want to see us go sideways, maybe building up higher on the hourly. So I could expect the 20 to drop just a little further or sideways at this point. There we go. And then build up. And on the 20 now, we are within effectively accumulation, momentum break 1, momentum break 2 on the 20. Interacting with the MAs going sideways. Our entry candles directly interacting with the sideways. And yeah. So yeah, this is beautiful. If we get a nice sideways here, fall back down, and we're done. So this market's just kind of chopping at this point. It's not really doing what we expect it to, so we're just going to sit out. What am I going to do? Wait, since this was a giant flush, we're going to wait for a new accumulation to come in. And we're done. Step up to the 4 hour. Nothing really good to do here either. Wait for accumulation as well, because while this was accumulation, we broke like way down that at that point. Same with the daily likely. We had accumulation and now we're just breaking down. So I'm just going to wait for a rebuild back up. There we go. Right at this point where this horizontal line is at is where I'd start looking for trades. Same with the 4 hour. That's where our accumulation is at. And that was just a gap up. So there's nothing to trade there. If I look at the daily, monthly, we're still within accumulation, which is good. 4 hour accumulation, hourly. We're just going to wait for sideways at this point. We had accumulation, momentum break 1 at this point. Okay, coming in for momentum break 2 on the hourly. So on the 20-minute, we had effectively, I'd consider all this part of accumulation. Momentum break 1 going in for quote unquote momentum break 2. And I say quote unquote because everyone may have a different way of labeling this, but at the end of the day, it should be somewhat consistent with what I see. Okay. So on the 5-minute, we're going to wait for a build up out of that MAs, a little bit of sideways, and we're in. Build up. Nothing. Come on, give me that build up and then sideways. Build up, sideways. There you go. That's your entry. And a break even. So I'm not even going to label that because I don't want to replay. But once again, build up back into the MAs. And there's your entry again. Another break even. Why am I not surprised? Okay, wait for another build up. Build up, sideways. There's another entry. Likely 75 off minimum. You guys know how I like to do it, very, very strict. Build up. Sorry about that. Build up, sideways. Get tapped in, and this is the one that ends up going, hopefully. Okay, yeah. I was hoping to see a break even, but that is not what happened. Okay. So notice I took 1 break even, 2 break evens, 3 break evens. Beautiful. And that's what it's all about. If we look at that hourly, accumulation, momentum break 1, momentum break 2, exactly where we like to see it. And then going sideways on the MAs, building higher. That's exactly what we're having on the 20. We want to be within early stage market delivery, accumulation, momentum break 1, momentum break 2. So we're within that. We want to see our interaction with the MAs sideways 1 to 4, staying away from wiki candles, which we are, and then directly interacting with the sideways region, which is what we're doing. Okay. ATR is 26, somewhere around there. Immediate move to full break even. And as we know, we kind of delivered. I don't know how far, but we're going to look for our 1 to 3. See where 1 to 3 is at. So right away, I'm just going to take off 50 at this point. It is what it is. Okay. Going to step up to the 20. 20 was accumulation, momentum, accumulation 1, 2, and then going on for 3. So I don't know if we missed an entry in here. I don't know about you guys, but these are 2 very good entries right here. Just within our just within our bounds. I'm gonna draw a line here to see if we're in line with the hourly. With the hourly, no, we're not within it. We're already in delivery phase right here. You could consider this down candle part of like accumulation momentum 1, 2, 3, but it's just too gray of an area for me. So I'm just going to let it go. Gonna manage the remaining 50 to somewhere around here. Trail it. Trail. Trail. And I can just drag this guy up right here. I'm going to step up to the hourly to see how far we are. And yeah, I'm expecting this thing to crash back down any second now. We got a nice mover out of this one, huh? There we go. So we finally got tapped out for an extra 7R out of this guy, which isn't bad. Very, very good. So I'm going to, oh, didn't mean to delete all that. Yep. So we're going to restart our analysis and see where we're at on the hourly. Accumulation, momentum break 1. I wouldn't really consider this 2. So maybe this is going to be momentum break 2. Stepping down to the 20, we have, I mean, just very far delivery. Accumulation 1, 2, 3. Flush down. And now we can start looking for re-entries here. I would like to see a fuller flush down, so maybe a little bit more downwards. There we go. And now we're good to start looking for longs again. Sideways, we did build up, fell back down, build up, sideways, fell back down, build up. Okay, let me look at the hourly to see where we're at. Accumulation 1, 2. So on the hourly, we are going sideways and building higher on the MAs. If we can sustain that, then it'll be worth an entry for us. On the 20-minute, we just underwent accumulation. Seems like we're flushing back down. So once again, I'm just waiting for a nice build up, accumulation, and we might get something out of this move. Build up into the MAs, sideways, and we fell off. This is a potential entry right here. Falls off. I mean, this is just too big. Your closest SL would have to be somewhere around here. And as you guys have seen the last few trades, I like it to be a little closer. Not to mention market close at this time. So still waiting. We fall back down, waiting for 20-minute accumulation, which is right here. Step back down to the 5-minute. Build away from the MAs. It'd be at break even at this point. Right over these highs. Take a break even. Come back into the MAs. Building sideways. Take another break even. Build away from the MAs. Come back into them. And we're just flush down again. So back down to the 20. Why? Because we accumulated and then we broke back down. So what am I waiting for? More accumulation. Accumulate. Let's look at the hourly. Yeah, I mean, we're on the hourly. Going sideways, building up hopefully higher. Lovely. Sorry about that. Build away, sideways. Nothing, nothing. Build away, sideways, nothing. Falls back down. And that's why I didn't take these entries. We just fell back down. Build away. Lost the strength there. Okay. Back into that amaze. Falls back down. And there you go. Right over this high. The reason I didn't take any of these is because we fell right back down immediately. And that's not something I want to really... I mean, anytime weakness, like even here, weakness is immediately displayed, I don't want to take part in. Versus here, weakness isn't really shown at any point after we start to push away from that MAs, right? So at this point, I'd probably move 50 off, possibly even take a break even or half loss on this one. So we'll step down and take a look. I don't know how that would have played out, but look at this hourly. Momentum 1 going in for momentum 2, building higher on that MAs. Notice that 20-minute. We undergo accumulation going in for momentum break 1 at this point, which is beautiful. And then trying to see no wickiness. This I wouldn't really constitute as wickiness. This is wickiness right here. This is wickiness, but I wouldn't constitute this. Notice how it's tight. It's within the range bounds. Like we're kind of ranging between here, and those wicks aren't protruding out or acting in any weird way. But yeah, 5-minute. Given that you are trading, in this case, this back test, we are trading 24/7, so around the clock, and we can leave positions open. This is an okay entry to take. Still within ATR bounds, so this is perfect. Get tapped in. Probably manage some 25 off. A little more, and then honestly, for full position off at this point. Okay, we do gap up. Right away on market open, I'm going to manage 50% off to this low. Okay, take off 50. On our 20, we're just going to manage the rest. I mean, we're delivering at this point. This is where our entry should have been. Accumulation, momentum break 1. And we were just within momentum break 1 entry. So just let it go. Probably a break even. We might be getting a new entry at this point because we have accumulation, momentum break 1, going in for momentum break 2, still within this region. Looking at the hourly. Hourly, depending on how you want to categorize this, you could consider this accumulation. However, seeing the higher picture, the larger picture here, we have accumulation, momentum 1, momentum 2, within momentum 2, looking for an entry. So here on the 5-minute, we might get a re-entry. If we get a little bit of sideways, and we just fall off. Let's look at the 20. We are building back up. This is kind of good, yeah. Let me look at the 20 again. Still valid for a nice long build up, sideways, and there you go. Oh, take a break even. I was looking at these highs. So right on this candle, move to full off, take a break even. Building away from that MAs again. Sidewaysing, take an entry right over these highs. And take a break even. For sake of time, I'm not gonna go replay and like type all of these in individually unless we take like a big loss or an irregular loss. But looking at the 20, we're here, accumulation 1, going in for momentum break 2, or if you want to look at it fractally, accumulation, momentum break 1, which we're within both of those. So pictures lining up quite nicely. On the 5-minute, wait for that build up, sideways. Finally, a nice little runner right off of these guys. I was hoping to see that one. So I'm gonna walk you through, and I wish I could save this one from not being deleted, but let's go through and delete everything we have right now. This will give us a lot of insight, so I can walk you through. Actually, didn't mean to delete that. This guy right here. There we go. On the hourly, accumulation, momentum break 1, going in for momentum break 2. Look at where we're taking our entry. We're still within momentum break 2. On the 20-minute, giant flush down, effective accumulation 1, yeah, momentum break 1, going in for momentum break 2. Both on the hourly and the 20-minute, we're within momentum break 2. Which is, I mean, this just lines up beautifully. On the 20-minute, we came back down to the MAs and we're sidewaysing against them. On the hourly, once again, depending on how you highlight this, I see this as accumulation 1, 2. Other people could see this as a giant flush and be accumulation, and then maybe momentum break 1. But I personally don't see it that way, especially given the size of these moves. I want to keep it consistent because a small pullback of this size compared to a giant push of this size is, for me, what constitutes the current model we're looking at. Okay. So what did we do? Push back from the MAs, still dragging across them, which I like to see. ATR of about 11. Get tapped in, full break even right out the gate. Wait for our 1 to 3 at some point. Probably do 50% here. 50% here. 50% here. Wait for the 20. Drag both of these far up. Now we're going to manage this open position, likely to around here. And we'll leave this position open at where it's at, break even for right now. I don't know why we got stopped out on this one, but we are out on this one. And then on this one, we're still at break even. So if anything, I'll manage to run this low for now. This low. No, I don't think there's a new entry here. Absolutely not. So we're just going to manage what we have. Okay, let's see if we had anything on the hourly. Let's see here. Accumulation, momentum break 1, 2, going for 3. Maybe? Let's look at the 4 hour. Just curious. Accumulation, 1, 2. I could expect a good old flush from this market. So yeah, maybe an entry right here. Right before red news is probably not something I'd take, so just let it be. And we get taken out. Cool. Accumulation, momentum 1, 2, 3. I'm done looking for entries on this market. Yeah, we could get a nice runner from this point forward. But remember, how many of those entries that we took actually ended up running? I can tell you, it wasn't a lot. So I'm not willing to, quote unquote, gamble my money on the fact that it might go. I want to see this market now collapse. So we're going to see what happens. Oh, lovely. Well, we get our next giant, beautiful collapse. What am I waiting for? Accumulation on the hourly. We get that. It's going to be very, very fractal, probably on the 30-minute. Not even. Quote unquote, accumulation is right there, guys. I don't know if you want to take that. But yeah, on the hourly, giant flush down, and we built back up nicely. AKA just gapped up. On the 20-minute accumulation, we're outside of it. So at this point, I just wait for sideways or Yeah. Let the market go. There we go. Why? Well, yeah, you could have taken entries in here. Looking at the hourly, we finally hit accumulation on the hourly, if you will. That's like the only point of interest I could see. Okay. Up down to 20. We have accumulation going for momentum break 1. Going sideways on the MAs, directly interacting with them. Staying away from wickiness, and then, yeah, we're within accumulation momentum break 1. So maybe now we wait on the 5 minute, wait for a nice build up. Getting that build up, falls back down. Wait for a nice build up, and we just fall down. So probably step back up to the 20 and wait for a new accumulation of some sort. Okay, we're getting accumulation. On the hourly, what is it that's going on here? We had a giant flush down. Right here, we accumulated. But like we really flushed down again. So this is an interesting scenario where we could see some longs here. But if anything, I want to see accumulation from this point forward, which we're kind of getting at this point, right over these highs. There we go. So along probably, oh, my bad, right below, before this point right here. This is the earliest point I'd start looking at the market, because we did flush down and it almost restarted a market cycle. And this is where we're at. So start looking for longs anywhere past this point. Probably on the 4 hour, we're getting that pullback. I was anticipating right into the MAs. Let's see. Pullback right into the MAs. And when I called it and I told you guys I wanted to see a large pullback, it was probably somewhere around here. So just, I guess we could call it market experience, or just being on the markets long enough to almost like predict what's going to happen. Seeing these markets over and over is nothing new for me. So on the hourly, sorry, on the 20 minute, we're starting to have our first phases of accumulation. We're still barely within this region. So maybe we build up. It is wiki on the 5 minute, but that isn't. Oh no, did I erase my rules? Guys, I erased my rules. That's so sad. How did I not realize that? There we go. Okay, we have our rules again. We're going to do a read top down just to make sure. But giant flush down accumulating right here on the hourly. On the 20 minute, we are also accumulating right on the edge of it. On the 5 minute, we might get an entry here on this sideways right here. Building up, coming back down to the MAs. Hopefully we get a little bit of sideways. We do, and we are given a low. This is about the latest I'd take an entry on the 20 minute. Just from personal experience, I almost anticipate that anything past our line of accumulation. Now, you can be a little less strict and call this point of accumulation, but I like to take my entries just slightly lower than usual. Same on the hourly. I mean, this is just perfect. Get tapped in, immediately take off probably 50. Take off the full at this point because we came back down, took out whatever we had to take out, and then we built back up. And at that point, I'm just clear. Take a break even. 20 minute, come back into the MA. So accumulation, going in for momentum break 1. So very good for entries right around this point. And on the hourly, we're still under that accumulation point. So we're still accumulating on the hourly. Yeah, it's not bad. Wait for the sideways and then build up back into the MA baselining right now. Delivery, break even. On the hourly, we did complete accumulation at this point. So I'm actually going to draw this in just so I don't lose track. Accumulation, going in for momentum break 1 on the hourly. On the 20 minute, we had accumulation, momentum break 1 and 2, going on for 2, maybe. Or all this was accumulation going on for momentum break 1. All that matters at this point is that we're early stage in the market. Jump down to the 5 minute, and now we're looking for our entries. Nothing really presented itself. This didn't come back to the MAs. So unfortunately, we just get to skip out. That's all good. But we accumulated, and now the market's going to go without us, and that's okay. Just kidding. Now we're primed for momentum break 1 on the hourly, which is perfect. On the 20 minute, we had our giant flush down, waiting for accumulation, and we probably flush down on the hourly now as well. Hourly, just wait for accumulation. I'm going to go back 1 candle. Hourly accumulation going in for momentum break 1. Given that we actually didn't break this low per se, or even this low, I'd say we're still valid to not have to wait for accumulation. If we would have gone any lower, then I would have waited for a fractal accumulation of some sort to get re-involved in the market. But 4 hours is good. Don't really care too much about it. On the 20 minute, we have accumulation possibly going on for momentum break 1. Or if you want to see all of this as accumulation, both of them are valid and both of them help our narrative. They both support our narrative per se. Okay. Wait for a baseline into the MAs. Baselining. This is past our market hours regardless, so we just kind of got to stay out here for a little bit. Wait for market reopen, and chances are we're going to get something. Hourly at this point, we did undergo accumulation going for momentum break 1. I do want to see this sideways on the hourly at this point, and we just flush down. So wait for accumulation. We accumulate. I don't know if there's an entry in here, but it's too far gone for any sort of entry for us. Good on the 4 hour. On the hourly, I mean, we're just too far displaced. We're within accumulation at this point. And, oh shit. Well, this was a horrible back test. There's no way. What? No, we're barely in March. Okay. Well, this has been horrible then. It says we still have 200 days left. There we go. Okay. It's just a bug. A bug in the system. Accumulation. We want to see some sort of interaction with the MAs before we consider an entry, but accumulation momentum break 1 at this point. Getting the sideways and still within, so probably an entry right here. We'd have to step down to 20 to see where we're at in our models, but accumulation, maybe momentum break 1, momentum break 2. Yeah, I definitely missed something in here. Let's see. Let's take a look. Break even on this guy right here. Then we fall back down. We build up to the MAs, fall back into them. Baseline, entry here. And then that's like the only one. So I'm going to see what this looked at like at time of entry. And if it's something I would have taken, then let's roll with it. Hourly accumulation going in for momentum break 1. The understanding behind this, and this is going to be a little more advanced. Right now, we're not interacting with the MAs. And if you see here, went sideways on the MAs building higher. Well, we're going sideways. We're not interacting with MAs. But what's going to happen when price gets to right here? Well, then hindsight, quote unquote, it's going to look like we did. So just you have to be mindful of that. Because you also don't want to get yourself in a situation like this where you think, oh yeah, we're going to interact with the MAs once we push higher, and that never happens. Versus here, it's like, I guarantee you, if we replay to this candle, at time of live action, this didn't look like it was interacting with the MA one bit. So just experience at that point. We are so close to the MA at this point that any amount of bullishness is just going to tap us right in. Here on the 20-minute, we have accumulation, not really momentum break, maybe, but momentum break 1. I'm a little more kind or generous with the kind of entries. So if I have just one candle peeping over, I'll just move this up and consider this as part of, it keeps it simple and keeps it very fluid, if that makes sense. It allows for a lot of, yeah. I don't have to explain it. I think you guys understand. But yeah, on the 20, accumulation, going in for momentum break 1, building up on that MAs, going sideways for 1 to 4 candles. Yeah, I mean, this is beauty. On the 5-minute, we built up, came back down to MAs, baselining, and this is the move that we saw delivered to some extent. I don't know if it's going to be a break even or not, but we will find out here shortly. If anything, yeah, this isn't a bad entry. Gonna take off 50 right off the gate. Full position off. Okay, we're at waiting for 1 to 3 at this point. Close enough, so I'll do 50 right here. Take off 50. Step up to a 20. We are interacting with the MAs once again, but we need to see where we're at on the hourly. Accumulation momentum break 1. At this point in the hourly, I'd either want to see it collapse or just push up way higher and then look for a reentry. So we're going to probably see it come back down to us and then reset up, hopefully. Oh, and we gap up. Isn't that wonderful? There's not much for me to work with here. So I'm going to move this to electronic and see where our lows are at. So I'm going to do the remaining 20% right at this low. And then I can go back to regular. Yep, and we just get tapped out regardless. Okay, on the hourly, accumulation momentum break 1 going on for momentum break 2, which is beauty. Beauty. On the 20-minute, we have a giant flush down. Accumulation momentum break 1, 2. Yep, I'd consider this a big flush down. So wait for accumulation at this point. A little bit of bullishness right here. And right at this high, I'd start looking for entries. Did we get anything? We build up back to the MAs. We baseline and break even. And this is our delivery. And there you go. And I'm not seeing any other entries. We build up, come back to the MAs baseline. Yeah. Build up, come back to the MAs baseline. Oh my goodness. I mean, there's a few entries here you couldn't have missed. I'm going to step back to this candle right here, which is right before our entry. And we're going to reanalyze so I can show you guys what I'm looking at. On the hourly, accumulation, momentum 1, going in for momentum 2. What are we doing? I'll go with the rules as well. So we're looking at momentum break 2, which we know is somewhat successful. It's not our best delivery kind of entry, but it still tends to go. Are we going sideways and building the MAs higher? Well, we're going sideways. The anticipation is that if we get entered, we're going to move the MAs higher. So it's kind of a hindsight situation, but you just have to test enough. So sorry about that. I'm telling you guys, I am sick. I am so sick, but the show must go on for you guys. It is what it is. Okay, so here on the 20-minute, we're within accumulation 1. I'd consider this big flush down, but if you want to look at it as accumulation momentum 1, momentum 2 or 2, and then momentum 3 at this point. It's a weird one. But if you want to keep sizing consistent and you want to see something around this size, to be considered a momentum break of any sort, well, we'd have like 1, 2. This didn't even retrace like half of it. This didn't retrace even half of it. And then this would be like accumulation momentum 1, and then going on for momentum 2. Yeah, so we're within momentum 2 on the 20-minute. Beauty. On the 5-minute, we built back up over the MAs, so accumulated, going in for momentum break 1 on the 5-minute. I don't personally look at models on the 5-minute, but if you want to, go for it. Come back into the MAs, we're baselining. I like this high right here. And we know this on the 20-minute is some sort of accumulation model. Get tapped in, immediate full off at this point. Given that we are off, I'm gonna replay. Given that we are off, full off on our position at this point, and we accumulated on the 20, which is that line that I had drawn, and we're going in for fractal, if you want to consider it fractal, momentum break 1, or accumulation momentum break 1, going in for momentum break 2, however you want to do it. It's all personal preference at the end of the day. And this is the beauty about me being able to share my system. It's that I could give 50 different people my system and they're all going to operate differently, even though they're operating under the same idea. We're not all going to see the market the same way. Our brains are wired differently. And that's why I share my stuff. But yeah, on the 20-minute, we're sidewaysing. So 5-minute, wait for a build-up, and then a baseline. We are baselining right now. So this is a potential second entry right here. Push back, up into the MA, come back down, building on the MA. And as you guys know, there were a couple of good trades here, so we'll look to move to BE right away. Take off around 50. Take full position off at this point. Oh, that got close. Let's go back up to the 20. Accumulation momentum break 1, going in for momentum break 2, or still within this larger accumulation momentum break 1. 5-minute push up back into the MAs, going sideways. If you're a psychopath, you could triple. I personally don't take more than 2 positions on similar assets. But what would your system look like if you did? Oh, this is going to get very messy with all the SLs. Okay, well, we took a pretty good loss on that one. I guess I never got entered on this position, question mark? Or did we get tapped out on it? Huh? I'm a little lost here. Is this spreads? Spreads that screwed us over? Is this position? Sorry, I'm a little lost here. I think that was spreads. But I don't know if FX Replay has spreads. That'd be cool if they did. Okay, I'm just waiting for a 1 to 3 on both positions. I'll do a 50% on this one at that point, and then 50 on this one as well. Gonna drag both of them to 50 right here. Probably might be getting a re-entry. No. So still 50 on both of these at this point. On the hourly, yeah, we're far displaced on the hourly to want to be looking for anything. 50 to around here. And same here. No re-entry here for us. If you're on the 20, maybe along here, but we're already positioned. There's no need to. So still 50. Gonna drag it up a little bit. Gonna manage a lot more aggressively given that we do have a likely collapse upcoming. The further we move, the more likely we are to retrace, and heavily. So 50 off both of them. I'm totally cool with that. I manage the remaining on the 20. Given that I am anticipating this giant collapse, I'm going to manage the remaining 50 very, very tightly as well. Wow, this market ain't giving up. Not one bit. Maybe an entry here? Where are we on the hourly? Accumulation, momentum 1, 2. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I totally missed this. Okay, we're going to step down here for a second and see if we have an entry. We are going sideways and we're building up on the MAs. Actually, not quite. Not quite, unfortunately. Yeah. I know in the future, so in the next few candles, it is going to interact with the MAs at this point, but hourly accumulation, momentum 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or accumulation, momentum 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, especially on the 20. I need to see this thing just collapse here in the next few candles. And if it doesn't, well, we're just making more money. Okay, and we get tapped out. It is what it is. Probably gonna go. Oh, there's the collapse we were waiting for. So on the hourly, we have accumulation, momentum 1, momentum 2, momentum 3, flush down, question mark, and then going for accumulation 1, perhaps. Okay, perfect. So we have this giant flush down to some extent. Waiting for accumulation right at this candle. It's kind of hard to not play forward too fast, but waiting for the 20. Lines up right here. So we have 20 accumulation. Let's look at the 4 hour. Yeah, this is perfect. So on the 20, we're just having accumulation. We can step down to the 5 minute, see if we build back into the MAs or fall back down into them. But no, we don't. We just kind of deliver. Lovely. So on the 20 minute, we underwent accumulation. And now we're just waiting for a fall back down. Accumulation going in for momentum break 1, perhaps. On the hourly, we had accumulation. There is a potential entry here. Yeah, none of these are looking good. Accumulation on the 20. Momentum 1. Going in for momentum 2, perhaps? This is quite an interesting one, especially because we're getting a little bit wiki here on the 20. Oh, my bad. Okay, yeah. This is all right. All right. If we look at here, accumulation, momentum 1, we fall completely back down, I'd say. So if anything, wait for accumulation at this point on the 20. There we go. We have our accumulation. So sorry about that. I am so sick. And I feel so bad because you guys are just going to hear me all sick. On the hourly, we have accumulation, momentum break 1, momentum break 2. Oh, we have this flush down. We have accumulation. going in for momentum break 1 right now. On the 20, we just have accumulation at this point, and we're just within our entry region. So just at the high of it, I'd like to see price come down for a couple candles, and then we get tapped in. Okay. Okay, baselining, and we just fall off. On the 20, probably wait for another accumulation of some sort. Or this could have been accumulation and then going for momentum break 1, but I also don't like the fact that we broke down so heavily. So I'll give it a couple candles on the 20. There we go. So just within this candle, I'd be looking at this market right away. And nothing really happens for us. And we gap down. Going down to the hourly, we just broke down all the way. So I'm just going to wait for accumulation. We accumulate far below the MAs. This one's just barely scooping us up. I could see a delivery build up out of this guy. And we fall back down. Once again, just waiting for accumulation at this point. Oh, somewhere right around here. There's no defined point, but I like how this high aligns with this high. You can also look at this point right here. I'm gonna go back. Played a little quick there. But yeah, you can see how we built up with a lot of strength, came back into that maze and starting to build back up again for delivery. -20-minute, we're having accumulation. Our entries should have been within this candle right here. I'm not sure we'll have anything here for us. Probably a break even. We get tapped in. SL would be right here. Okay, so we survived that. We'll do a limit to save us the... Wait for our 1 to 3. Okay, definitely at a 1 to 3 right now. 50% off here. Almost. 50% off here. 50% off here. 50% off here. I hope we get tapped out. There we go. Because likely we are getting a new entry here. If I step up to the 20, we had accumulation, momentum break 1, which I probably missed an entry in here. But now on the 20, I'm waiting for even further price fall down. I'll manage the remaining 50% to this low. Okay. Sorry about that, guys. I'm actually so sorry. I bet this sounds horrible over the microphone. On the hourly, yeah, we had this giant flush down accumulation going in for momentum break 1. And we are about to start interacting and building up on the hourly. So probably around this point, I'd start looking at the market. 20-minute accumulation, momentum break 1, going in for momentum break 2, which aligns with the momentum break 1 of that hourly. So this is beautiful. Wait for a 5-minute build up. And we really gapped down on this guy. Okay, cool. Jump down to the hourly. At this point, it's getting a little interesting. We had accumulation. We broke down, and then we just had accumulation. So entries likely somewhere within here. If anything. Here on the 20, we had accumulation here, going for momentum break 1 right here. So right on this candle, we might catch something. On the hourly, full flush down, accumulation. Still within the high. If you want to consider this as part of the accumulation, completely valid, and I do that sometimes. On the 20, we have accumulation, and we're going for momentum break 1. On the 5 minute, we're just waiting for a build up into that, and nothing presented itself here for us. But this is where, this is where we're at. Accumulation 1 going in for momentum break 2. On the hourly though, we have accumulation likely going for momentum break 1. So maybe step down to 5 minute. Chances are we won't get anything. Sideways, building up, sideways, and just a break even. On the 20 minute, we have accumulation 1 going for 2, just over the high of it. That's pushing it for me. On the hourly, we have accumulation, and that's all we have. We are still building up on the hourly, so there might still be entries here for us. Oh, and there it is. And it's under. Break even. Never mind. And we rebuild back up. So see where we're at on the 20. 20, we have accumulation 1, 2, 3. So any entry right here is valid. I'm not sure if we got anything here, but let's look at the hourly, see where we're at. Hourly, we have accumulation right here, going in for momentum break 1. Building up higher on the MA, so we're interacting with the MAs, but not really in a sideways motion. So this is going to be one of those 13 out of 62 trades that ended up working. I do like how we're building away from it though. And we're still within momentum break 2. So not bad. On the 20 minute, we have accumulation momentum 1, 2, maybe 3, or accumulation momentum 1, 2, 3. Once again, on the 20, we want to see rarely at 3 entries. So this is one of those weird entries where it kind of pushes the margin on all our rules, right? For example, right now we're looking at interacting with the MA in a non-sideways motion on the hourly. And that's one of the ones we don't tend to see to run. And then on the 20 minute, we rarely get entries at 3, which is what we're getting right now. However, it's still part of our rules, and we are sidewaysing. We built away from the MAs, came back into them, and we are within our bounds. That was a lucky one. Okay, full position off. Okay. And now you see why we follow rules. Also, yeah, this was past our trading hours for sure. Totally missed that. That's all good. On the hourly, we do have accumulation going in for momentum break 1 at this point. On the 20, we have accumulation, momentum break 1, momentum break 2, 3, 4, breaks down. So now we're just waiting for a small rebuild back up, right over this high. And then I'm looking for my longs right over this high. So yeah, right around here, one of these two candles, I'd start looking for longs. Why? Well, if we look at the hourly, we have hourly accumulation going in for momentum break 1. On the 20, we have a giant flush down and we have accumulation. So now on the 5 minute, which was right here, we'll see if it's a break even. Yeah. We come back to the MAs and we're sidewaysing and we fall off. Fall off. Did we go on this one? And we don't. So this would have been another break even. So that's like 3 break evens already. On the 20 minute, we underwent We'll consider all of this accumulation at this point. And now we're going for momentum break 1 on the hourly. We underwent accumulation momentum break 1 on this on the hourly. I know it can be a little hard because we're looking at 50 different things, but accumulation momentum break 1 on the hourly. On the 20, we're looking at accumulation going in for momentum break 1. So both of these are valid. Nice little entry here. And there you go. Maybe. Break even. Okay, break even. What's new? Stepping back down to the 20. We have accumulation momentum break 1. That wasn't, so I'm going to actually move this higher because we did flush down deeper. Wait for a little sideways and we just fall off. On the 20, we're just going to wait for accumulation of some extent. So a little bullishness here would go a long way and we just fall off. And we gap up. Jeez, this market is acting weird. But yeah, entries right along here. Why? Well, we've completely crashed down, accumulated, going in for momentum break 1. Maybe, or if you want to consider this accumulation because we broke back down to some extent. Either way, the narrative or the picture that we're trying to paint is going to support what we're looking for. So yeah, we're baselining. Nothing. And we'll just fall off. And chances are we're done looking at this market for a hot minute. Yep. Accumulated. On the hourly, we did accumulate. On the 20, accumulation. At this point, I'd be waiting for sideways on the 20 before we get involved. Okay. No interaction on the hourly. So gotta wait for more downward on the 20. The market's just gonna go without us. If you consider this accumulation on the hourly, that's okay. But at this point, there we go. So on the 20, we build back up. 5 minute, we push up into a maze. Not really baselining anywhere. The only thing I could see is this right here, baseline. It is before news, and we do have a good amount of time to be before news. Let's see what red news does. Yeah, so break even if we would have taken it. I'm going to delete everything again so we can restart our analysis. But yeah, on the hourly, we're having accumulation, momentum break 1. On the 20 minute, we're having accumulation 1, 2, going for 3. But now we're starting to crash down. So maybe on the 5 minute, we get a reset up of some sort, and then we'll see if it's valid. Sidewaysing, nope. Okay, I do like that on the 20, we came way far down. So on the hourly, once again, we just have accumulation at this point. On the 20, we're just going to wait for accumulation as well. Yep, accumulate. Maybe an entry somewhere around here. And there you have it. Hopefully we deliver. Oh, it looks like we do. This is going to be awesome. And this is what I would consider a textbook entry, and I'll show you why. 16. We'll put it right at the low there. Okay, let me show you. On the hourly, where are we? Accumulation going for momentum break 1. Right at the low of the MAs, so we're pushing the limit of the MAs right after money has proven itself. Well, money proved itself. Then we're coming back down, maybe expecting sideways, and then crazy delivery. On the 20 minute, giant flush down after accumulation, momentum 1, 2, 3, and likely failed to deliver 4. Giant flush down, we accumulate after the hourly has proven itself, and then we take our entry. Isn't this a beauty? It's on the 5 minute. Just wait. We knew that price kind of came back down and then we pushed up higher. I can move this up. Just like this low. I'm waiting for our 1 to 3. There we go. So I'll manage 50% there. Let's see if we get another sort of entry. Probably in here. Okay, this is after our market hours though, so wouldn't be trading that. Okay, we might be getting a re-entry here, looking at the hourly. Hourly, we have accumulation, momentum break 1. Or if you want to see this as accumulation, and then going in for momentum break 1. Fractally, they're both telling the same story. Let's look at the 20. 20, we accumulate. I'm going to draw this line a little bit higher so it's more visible. But they both tell me the same thing. Momentum break 1, going in for momentum break 2. Right on the MAs. We are displaying a little bit of wickiness within the next few candles. But if we can rebuild back up, yep. So it is what it is. Took a B on this one. And on the 20, we're likely, yep, crashing back down. Accumulation, momentum 1, going in for momentum 2. Yep. So now I'm just going to re-wait for accumulation, which we're having on the 20. See if we get any sort of delivery. Completely falls back down. We can step down to a 5-minute. Didn't really baseline anywhere. This is just a single candle, and I wouldn't buy stop that. So on the 20, wait for accumulation, momentum break 1, maybe. On the hourly, we have accumulation going in for momentum break 1. We could see a potential entry here. Nothing set up, but our analysis was perfectly on spot. We underwent accumulation or accumulation, momentum break 1. Beauty. Unfortunately, we did miss that entry. So the only next thing we can do is wait for a reset up, which we do get. Alrighty, guys, I might take a break and go get some food. I am feeling super sick. But we are, what day are we? April? Oh, we still got a whiles to go. So I'll make sure to get this finished up and published for you guys tonight. And once again, my apologies for being sick. I just felt the urge to get on here and finish this video up for you guys because it's been a few days. As you guys know, you can see the date up here, Saturday, August 30th. It's been a while. So yeah. Alrighty, guys. I did go ahead and order some food so I can record just for a little bit longer. It is what it is. So let's look at the 4 hour. 4 hour, I think we know where we're at. But yeah, on the probably hourly at this point, winter 1 accumulation, and we were looking for this momentum break 1, which we certainly got. And now we're just in delivery. If I step down, because I do trade pre-market open 1 hour before, there is nothing here for us. That's okay. We're going to go back to regular trading hours. So on the hourly, we did undergo accumulation, momentum break 1, targeting momentum break 2, back into the MAs, which is perfect. So now we could start looking for some sort of entry on the 20-minute. We underwent accumulation, momentum break 1, going in for momentum break 2, but we did fall back down, unfortunately. So that would lead me to want to wait for some sort of accumulation breakup, which would be somewhere around here. We could start looking for entries at this point, given the current market condition. Yeah, I could consider longs at this point. So we'll see if we get anything. A build up from MAs and then a push back down. Baseline, and then we just fall off. Build up into MAs, baseline, and we get our entry, and at least a break even right under this. So wait for a build back up. And nothing really forms. So on the 20-minute, we're just kind of waiting. We did form accumulation, so we're going in for momentum break 1 on the 20, which we're getting. So on the 5-minute, we get a little bit of side, and we fall off. Sideways, fall off. It's all good. It's all good. So we completely fall down. Gonna wait for accumulation. And we're starting to get that. Probably right around here, I'd say. Here on the hourly, we are still building higher. Let's look at the 4 hour. Sorry about that. Yeah, so we could get something here. Depending on which, yeah, this is market close. So we just got to skip. And now we're just completely falling at this point. Yeah. So we're kind of entering this chop market condition at this point. So on the hourly, I'd want to see a break up, accumulation prove itself. And then on the 20-minute, wait for us to baseline on the MAs. Looking at the hourly, we're not really interacting with the hourly MAs anymore. So I'm going to, there we go. Now we are. So we underwent accumulation, maybe momentum break 1. Going here on the 20. On the 20, we had accumulation going for momentum break 1 as well. So lining up quite nicely. This is market open. Nope, this is not market open. This is still within our entry hours, but nothing sets up. So we just kind of got to skip here. Gotta wait till market reopen here at, there we go. Yeah, and we just completely fell off. So on that 4 hour, we had undergone accumulation and we just completely failed back down. So we're gonna re-wait for accumulation to prove itself. There we go. So money comes back into the market somewhere around this point. Let's look at the daily. The daily, we underwent accumulation, momentum 1, 2, failed to deliver 3, falls back down, and we're just within accumulation on the daily. So that's good to see. On the 4 hour, we already underwent accumulation. So likely that we gapped up. We're just going to have to wait for some sort of interaction with that maze. And unfortunately, the market just goes without us this entire session. And that's part of the game. But now as we come into this new session, look at the 4 hour, we're good. Look at this 4 hour. I mean, this was where we started looking at the market. If we would have gotten an entry, this would have been great. But it's all about your analysis. And our analysis was good. Accumulation, momentum break 1, or accumulation as all of this, or accumulation as this break. However you want to see it, it just paints the same picture going for momentum break 1. That's all I care about. On the 20-minute, we underwent accumulation, momentum break 1. Maybe somewhere momentum break 2, either between these two. Going for 3 or momentum break 2 on this one. On the 5-minute, this is a nice entry actually. Push back into that maze, sideways at them. Oh no, I lost my my rules again. Dang it, that sucks. Here, let me pull them up real quick. Okay, so I have him. Let me pull up some anchored text right here. There we go. So we have our rules back up. I'm gonna go ahead and lock them again. So let's walk through with our rules because I want to show you guys exactly the rules that I follow now. Accumulation, yeah, this is accumulation, momentum break 1 going on for momentum break 2 on the hourly, which falls right in line with what we're looking for. Entry is within, so we don't have to worry about that. We're going sideways and building higher, so you can see that MA is kind of paused here for a second. Okay, within the 20, let's see where we're at. We're within accumulation, momentum 1, 2. It's almost as if we fell back down, because if we consider this a break. So let's restart, because I see this as a larger flush on the 20, and I'd consider this accumulation to some extent, right? Yeah, we broke structure down. So it's somewhat of a larger flush compared to these small. So accumulation, momentum 1, 2, 3, 4, flush back down. So that's valid on my behalf. So we're within accumulation, probably an entry right here. We interacted with the MAs, went sideways for 1 to 4. Staying away from wiki candles. Let's replay back to this particular candle. Here on the 20-minute, we flushed down. We're within accumulation. That's kind of all I'm saying right now. We did build back up into the MAs and we're sidewaysing, which is where I was looking for my entry. ATR is 29, so I'd probably drag it right below this low. I don't know if we deliver, but I do know we get tapped in. So 50 off right off the gate, full position off. And we might get a re-entry. Okay. So here on the 20, we undergo some sort of accumulation, going for a momentum break 1 perhaps. Or if you want to see the bigger picture accumulation, momentum break 1, maybe up here. It's an interesting one, isn't it? On the hourly, we're accumulation, momentum break 1, going for momentum break 2. On the 20, where accumulation going for momentum break 1. So I could get a re-entry off of this one, and we are baselining, and we just fall off. That's okay. So if anything on the 20, wait for a little bit of bullishness. Still considered accumulation at this point in momentum break 1 right here. So maybe we get something. And this was our entry, probably a break even. Break even. On the 20, you can either consider this accumulation, or because we fell back down, not breaking general structure, but still breaking down, you could consider this accumulation. Under both conditions, we are still clean for entries. So however you want to do that, it's both still valid. We are getting our sideways, and that's a break even, getting more sideways. Nothing, push back up, hopefully. Sideways, fall back down. We are getting the sideways, but we're pushing the limits of our trading session. So we're just staying out at this point. And I'm going to redo analysis, just delete everything. I don't like it. I like to keep it very simple. Okay. So accumulation, momentum break 1, going for momentum break 2, still within this. So hopefully we don't gap up, but if we do, that's going to be really sad because we just missed a really good entry. There we go. Okay, so we gap down to some extent. And now on the 20, I'd consider all of this accumulation going for momentum break 1, which aligns with the hourly momentum break 2. Okay, you see how I'm doing all this? It's like a flow of energy pretty much, and it changes ever so often. Wait for rebuild back up. And nothing. So on the 20, we accumulated, and then we kind of fell back down at this point. On the 20, accumulation momentum break 1, break back down, and now we're undergoing accumulation again of some extent. I don't think we had a valid entry right over these highs. So if we look at the 20, actually, yeah, for a couple of reasons. Number one, if you see this as accumulation break 1, you are completely valid for an entry. If you see this as accumulation break 1, you're no longer valid for an entry. So if I would have seen that before, yes, this is a valid entry. And what time is it? I'm going to take it. Part of my edge. And it's not about lying to you guys. Once again, lying to you guys ain't going to do me any good. Okay. Probably 50 off at this point. And then full off. Wait for a 1 to 3. Take a break even. Cool. Yeah, this is an interesting market condition. On the hourly, accumulation, break 1, break 2, going for break 3, hopefully. On the 20, we have accumulation going for momentum break 1, which is good. So now on the 5 minute, we can wait for a rebreak back up, sideways, fall back down, sideways. Okay, getting that sideways. Just completely falls off. Okay, and the 20 probably just fails at this point. Yep. On the 20, I'd be waiting for some sort of reaccumulation at this point, but probably completely failed on the hourly as well. Accumulation, break 1, if you want to look at it that way, or accumulation, momentum 1, 2. Failed at the second one. So at this point, probably wait for rebuild back up. We accumulated. Probably step back down to a 20. There we go, getting that sideways on the 20. Wait for the 5 minute. We are sidewaysing, and there's your entry. Break even. Get a secondary entry. Break even. No, both of these would have been break evens. Build back up. Sideways. You do get something here. It's an interesting one for sure. Probably a break even. Break even. Let's look at the 4 hour. Hourly is, yeah, still within that accumulation stage right now. And accumulation for the 20 momentum break 1. Still valid for an entry if we get something. Getting that sideways. Just falls off. Build up again. And maybe. Okay. So in this situation, 1, 2. Probably a break even on both of them. Yep. If we look at the hourly, we're within accumulation still. Pushing the limits now. So if we didn't get position now, chances are there's nothing here. Especially given the somewhat wiki market condition, I'd rather just let this market go. So if we look at the 20 accumulation momentum break 1, still within entry boundary. And now we kind of remove the choppy or wickiness aspect. So if we get a build up, probably not anymore. Okay, so we're just gonna go to the next session. No, nothing to do here. 4 hour accumulation going for momentum break 1. Wait for a little bit of bullishness here. On the hourly, we just underwent accumulation, or undergoing right now. Yeah. It's a little crazy to see because we are sloping down and kind of distributing right now. But on the 20, we have, I'd consider all of this accumulation and then going for maybe momentum break 1. But we are still within accumulation block area. So I'd be willing to take a long here. And as you see, we built up, came back to the MAs and baselining, but kind of weirdly. Okay, nothing really presents itself. Hourly, once again, oh, and there's accumulation for us. I'm not sure if there was any sort of entry here on, probably there was. I trade from 8, so we'll see. I mean, yeah. We're gonna go back. Nothing here, nothing here. Yeah, this is like the only entry I see here. So once again, I'm gonna step up, delete everything. On the hourly, where are we at? Well, accumulation up to this point, going for momentum break 1. Are we within that? Yes, we are. On the 20, where are we at? We have I'd call this accumulation momentum break 1, going for momentum break 2, maybe even this high. There's one of those situations where, yeah, we're valid whichever way you want to paint it, whether it's this high, this high, this high, this high, you know, it's valid for all of them. And this was the 5 minute. ATR is 13. This is an interesting one. Full position off at this point. I'm going to do 50 at 1 to 3. 50 right here. 50 right here. 50 right here. Looks like we got a nice little mover. Take off 50. Go to the 20. Gonna manage the remaining 50% at this low. We might be getting a re-entry. Nope, just kidding. Sorry, on the 20. I can expect this thing to crash right back down and hopefully give us a re-entry. But if not, we are good to go. So I'm going to continue managing this guy. Sorry about that. Chances are we're getting a reset up right around now. So I'm hoping to get tapped out. Extended trading hours, my bad. Let's go back up to the hourly, see where we're at. Accumulation. Momentum break 1, going for momentum break 2. Okay. On the 20, we're probably hella overextended. I'd consider all of this accumulation. Momentum break 1, going for momentum break 2 on the 20. And we're baselining, interacting with the MAs to some extent. Okay. Yeah, this is a fun market, eh? Accumulation, momentum 1, going for momentum 2 on the 20. On the 20, I'd consider accumulation. If anything, I'd consider all this accumulation. Maybe momentum 1 or 2. And then either 3 or 2 at this point. So I'm still okay. Let me go to regular trading hours though. Sorry about that. Okay. Okay. Look at this 20. We're still holding up. We'll see if we get anything here. I want to see a push up over that MA sideways. Please hold and break even. Okay. Wait for a push back up over the MAs. Getting that sideways. Falls back down. Still holding something. Depending on whether you take this one or this one. This one, SL would have been somewhere around here. And probably here. So break even on this one. And break even on this one. And we'll break even. So nothing to do there. A couple break evens. Still holding on the hourly. So on the 20, we underwent a bigger flush. On the 20, accumulation momentum 1 going for momentum 2, or accumulation momentum 1 going for a bigger flush. So we'll see if we hold up on the 20 here. Getting that sideways right there. And do we deliver? Break even. Lovely. But yeah. Build up, sideways, fall off. And we just completely fall off. On the hourly, we're here, accumulation momentum 1, momentum 2. So if we build back up quickly on the hourly, there's still potential for us to deliver on this one. On the 20, we completely flushed down. We're within accumulation phase right now. So on the 20, I could see some sideways. Falls off. Sidewaysing. Nothing. Build up, and we fall off. Completely just fell off at this point. So a couple things. We'll see how the 20 plays out. Accumulation failed back down. Oh my goodness. And we gap up. Let's see if we missed anything here. Probably did. Right before red news, so we're gonna call it good and just deal with it. Okay, so on the hourly, we do have accumulation, momentum 1, momentum 2, deliver. Unfortunately, unless we have the 20 come back down, we'll see what this one looked like at this time. On the hourly, we are within our bounds, okay? So we just need price to be below this line. And on the 20, we undergo accumulation, but not really interact with MA. So unfortunately, this is one of those where I just have to stay out, but it'll probably blow up from here. Come back down to that MAs, beautiful. And if we look at that hourly, accumulation 1, 2, going for 3. This is more or less chance. So this is a higher probability that the market is going to start to collapse here. So I just have to keep that in mind. But here on the 20, we have accumulation going for momentum break 1. Okay. Have a build up back into that maze, and we hold. Still at a break even. Take a break even. Right on this guy. Wait for a rebuild back up. And we'll just fall down. So on the 20. Okay, so we do rebuild back up. On the hourly, where we at? Hourly accumulation 1, 2, going for 3. On the 20, accumulation going for break 1. Okay, so on the 5 minute, no real entry here. I'd like to see a little bit more sideways. Probably even more. This is 1 entry, not for us though. Oh wait, we do interact with that man. Where's that at? Okay. Yeah, no, this is clean. Why? Well, if I step up to the 20, we're looking at accumulation, momentum break 1. We are within this momentum break 1 and or within accumulation 1. However you want to show it. Let me pull up my rules again. On the 20, we're staying outside of wickiness. So we'll see here. I'm going to wait for the next candle to open up, but I'll set up my entry to see if we're valid. So on the tap in. So at time of entry, you can see that MAs are right under. Same idea as I explained on the hourly as before. Almost anticipation that within the next push, the MAs are going to interact with it. If you have gone back to the old days, this goes back to the idea of anticipation candles, where you kind of have to anticipate that if we get that move, then the MAs are going to look a certain way. So at a break even, waiting for a nice 1 to 3. Okay. Gonna wait for us to climb back up here. Okay, that didn't happen, so I'll just take off my 1 to 3 right here. Might be getting a reset up at this point. On the hourly, accumulation 1, 2, going for 3. On the 20, we have accumulation going for 1 or accumulation going for 1. Either both serve our purpose. On the 5 minute, we might be getting a re-entry here. Getting that sideways build up. Okay, we'll just take a break even. I'm gonna go pick up my food, you guys. So I'll be back here in a little bit. Alrighty guys, I am back online. I just had some delicious food. Let's see where we're at in this market condition. Accumulation, momentum break 1, failed to deliver on that second one. So I consider this like a larger flush out. Accumulation going for momentum break 1, still at this high. So stepping down to the 20, we have accumulation going for momentum break 1. So aligning with this one as well, with the higher time frame hourly. And if we step down lower, we are effectively, well, on the 5 minute, we just had accumulation. Like I said, I don't look at models on the 5 minute, but it's still helpful every once in a while. And if we look at here, push up back into that maze, and we get a nice little long, still at break even though. Take a break even on that one. We push up, come back into that maze. If we look at where we're at on the 20, we're still within accumulation break 1. And if we're looking at the hourly, we're within accumulation break 1. Sorry about that. Thank you for those of you that said bless you. And yeah, we're baselining. We get a nice long here. Take a break even, maybe. Sometimes usually I place my stop right below entry, so I probably got saved there, but that would have been a full break even. So that's okay. We're still within delivery phase. So if we come down and then have another setup, which we're having, fails back down. Got a little bit of sideways. Here on the hourly, we're probably starting to get a little extended. Unfortunately, we are. So it might just be one of those markets that take off without us, and it's just how it goes. So if anything, let's take a peek at the 20, which we just underwent accumulation. Down here, momentum break 1 right here. If we push down lower and then get another push up on the 5 minute, I'd consider long. Or we just fall off for the most part. We are building that sideways and stop break even. And we take a break even there. That's okay. Let me redo our analysis because we did move quite a bit. Accumulation, momentum break 1. Technically could consider this momentum break 2 or the other way around. Accumulation, momentum break 1. But it's still very unclear. We're within this region still. And on the 20 minute, we have accumulation, momentum break 1, momentum break 2, going for momentum break 3. So we might still have something. It's getting a little choppy here on the hires for sure. And we just gap up. So we missed everything. That's okay. Part of the game. Gonna redo analysis, accumulation, momentum break 1. And now we're just in full delivery at this point. There's no way or reason for me to enter here unless we get a little bit of sideways, which we're actually getting right now. So this is interesting because none of these really constitute momentum breaks. Beside this one, accumulation, momentum break 1, and then if anything, I want to see a bigger flush out of this market or a really strong bullish push. And there's our flush, which is reflected on the hourly. And now, if anything, accumulation, momentum break 1, going for momentum break 2, which I do like. Even on a 45 minute, this would be probably clearer. But yeah, on the 20, we're just going to wait for money to come in. Giant flush on the 20, wait for accumulation. Okay, money's starting to come in. I'd probably wait until this high right here to start looking for an entry. Falls back down. Okay, and we're starting to have money come in. At this point, I'd consider start looking for longs. If we look at the hourly, we had accumulation, momentum break 1. A larger flush, so likely undergoing some sort of accumulation at this point. Yeah. So if anything, I'd wait for the hourly to break right above this high. Oh, and that kind of gave it away. So on the 20, build up. Let's see where the 20 is at. Yeah, it's too far extended for any sort of entry. Oh, that would have been a very good entry, but okay. So if we look at the hourly now, accumulation, going for a momentum break 1 up here. If we look at the 20, accumulation going for momentum break 1 as well. So now all I'm doing is stalking the 5 minute. And there you go. Push up. Baseline's at MAs or slightly above. And we get a runner. Yeah. ATR was about 18. We can do a little tighter on that one. We do get tapped in. If we're looking at the 20, any entry below this high is valid for me. Interacting with the MAs is perfect. On the hourly, we have accumulation going for momentum break 1. Yeah, this is perfect. So we get tapped into here, full break even at this point. And then if we look at the 20, we're still valid for an entry here. If anything, I'd wait for a little more sideways. There we go. And then no re-entry really. If we would have got one more sideways, that would have been perfect, but it is what it is. I'm going to move this far up. Let's see where we're at on the 20. We're just outside of the delivery range. If we look at that hourly, yeah, we're starting to deliver. And that's okay. So yeah, no more entries for us, and we just got to manage at this point. See if we're at a 1 to 3 yet. Okay, we are. I guess I'm a little late to the game, but that's okay. I'll manage 50% to here, 50% to here. See where we're at on the 20, see if we're calling for a retracement anytime soon. Chances are we are going to get taken out here. Still has a good amount of room to run, actually. And I definitely missed an entry in here. I'm going to draw a line here. So on the hourly, we had accumulation momentum break 1. Not quite. I want to constitute that an entry. So yeah, chances are we're getting taken out now. I'll go up to 20, see how we can manage this guy. Chances are we're about to get a re-entry right somewhere around here. Fall down and then build back up. Okay, we fall down. I'm going to move my trailing to right around here. If we look at the hourly, we're starting to go somewhat sideways on the hourly. Accumulation MB, momentum break 1. Going sideways on the MAs to some extent, more or less actually just going sideways and building up. Not really sideways though. On the 20-minute, we have accumulation momentum break 1 going for effectively momentum break 2 or momentum break 2, momentum break 3 up here. Accumulation momentum 1, 2, maybe 3. We're just pushing the limits for what we like to see. But on the hourly, we are going sideways. We might get something here. Doing that sideways, building, fall back down, sideways, nope. Build back up, sideways. Okay, building back up, going sideways. And there you go. Hopefully a break even. That's okay. And this was market close anyway, so that's what it is. On the 20-minute, we just saw that larger flush out. So I'm going to manage trail this a little tighter. We might just barely save ourselves on this one. But yeah, on the 20, we have accumulation momentum 1. Going on for momentum 2. Or 2 and 3. I'm going to trail even to this low right here. Accumulation momentum 1 going for momentum 2 on the hourly. So yeah, this is actually really nice. Flush down to that MAs, then we build back up. And that's our entry. Take a break even. That's all good. Come back down. Go sideways. There's another entry. Probably break even. Break even. Sideways. There's another entry. And break even. That's all good. So I'm going to step back up to see how we can manage this guy right here. And I'm just going to trail very aggressively. Chances are if I step up to the hourly, we're going to be a little further than I'd like to see us. And yeah. Accumulation momentum break 1. Momentum break 2. Momentum break 3 at this point. Only 7 of 62 trades or something ran that far. 57 trades, my bad. So, yeah, this is interesting. I could see this thing running. I'm not going to take anything. It's a little weird for me right now. I'm going to trade a little bit more aggressively. Okay. Now on the hourly, I'm going to delete everything. Step up to the hourly. Accumulation. Not really one here. Yeah, we did sideways. But momentum break 1 on the hourly. And we're at the high of it, riding the MAs. On the 20-minute, we have accumulation. Momentum break 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. However, if anything, I'd consider this more accumulation, momentum break 1, going for momentum break 2. However, if this thing entirely crashes, well, now I know that my analysis was wrong for the most part. You know, I'm not always going to be right. But yeah, if I start my count from all the way down here, then yeah, we're just far too extended and I want to see this thing crash down. And there we go. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Okay. At least I didn't force that broader perspective. So now on the hourly, we are accumulation, momentum break 1, going for momentum break 2 on the hourly. On the 20, now we're just waiting for some sort of accumulation to come in, which we just had. So on the 5-minute, this is probably going to be a beautiful session for us. If we don't continue flushing out, give me a little bit of sideways, and there you go. Oh, break even. This would have been beautiful. Maybe a small partial. I'm not too sure. At a 1 to 3. No, not even close. It is what it is. We are having a little bit of wickiness, so I'd have to stay out for a couple candles. We'll see. Give me that sideways. Falls back down. And there you go. Yeah? Okay. Builds back up into that MAs with baseline right over these highs. And that's your runner. Oh, it is within our hours. Okay. Let me go back and walk you guys through what I saw. Hourly. Accumulation after this larger flush down. Momentum 1, going for momentum break 2. On the 20-minute, earlier I started my count from down here, so I'll just go with this one. Accumulation momentum 1, 2, 3, 4. Failed to deliver to 5. Flush down. Accumulation from this point forward. I'd even consider this candle as part of accumulation, so I could draw out something like this. Going for momentum break 1 on the MAs. Y'all see that? Or even better, accumulation, going for momentum break 1. Or accumulation, momentum break 1, going for momentum break 2. However you want to paint the picture. Once again, all we want is early stage delivery. We don't want to see counts of 5 like we did earlier, and I was like, yeah, I just kind of want to see this thing fall down at this point. ATR is 11. Okay, we got bought in. Full position off right here. I'm just waiting for my 1 to 3, which we get 50% off here. 50% off here. 50% off here. 50% off here. If we look at the 20, we're probably extended at this point and ready, just fiending for a pullback at this point. If you look at general what delivering market conditions look like, you're going to get 1 to 2 big candles and then some sort of retracement back. 1 to 2 big candles, in this case 3, and then retracement back. Few small candles and then 1 to 2 big candles, retracement back. We're at 1 to 2 candles ready for that retracement back. And then sometimes you get those just runners that milk up. And that's what we're kind of banking on, right? Sometimes you just get these runners. And that's why we trade only during trading market conditions, because that's when we know there's institutional money behind this. So 50 off at this point. And it looks like we got into one of those trending market conditions. Okay, take off 50. Step up to 20, see where we're at. And we're just primed for a pullback at this point. If the market's going to pull back, I don't want it pulling back further than this point. Otherwise, I'll take my full position off. And it's all about risk management. Okay, looking at the hourly. Accumulation momentum 1, 2. Effectively going for momentum break 3. What do we know about breaks 3? Well, very few of them actually end up working. So maybe I want to chill for a bit. We'll still step lower and see if there's anything here for us. On the 20-minute, we have accumulation momentum break 1, going for momentum break 3 on the 20. Maybe we get something sideways, and I'm expecting a fall off. Okay. And we just deliver. This is that market close. And I'm just going to trail this position. Unless we fall back down under this line and rebuild back up. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Remember, we started with 150K account this time. And just a single position, we're up 20K. Within 5 months of trading. Just to give you an idea of how fast you can grow in this industry. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Oh my goodness. And if you look at the hourly, that's one of those market conditions that, yeah, I need to see this thing come down now. I'm just going to trail to the low. I'm okay getting out at plus 22R. If I want, I'll drag it just slightly down, but chances are this thing's ready to collapse down to like here. And I'm okay with that. There we go. That's the collapse. So if I would have been a little smarter or put it down below, it would probably offset around the same amount of change that I would have gained to loss. So I'm okay with that. Okay. I'm going to draw all this as accumulation. Momentum break 1, 2, going for momentum break 3 at this high. On the 20-minute, we have accumulation, momentum break 1, 2, going for 3. So we have a little bit of potential. Chances are this market's going to fall quite deeper. But if it doesn't, and we build up, push up higher, sideways. Nope. Build up. Come on. A little higher. And there you have it, folks. Yep, that's the beauty. That is the beauty. And right before our last trade available. I stopped trading latest at 2:30 entry. Look at this. I mean, it's undeniable. Accumulation momentum 1, 2, going for 3. On the 20-minute, we have accumulation momentum 1, 2, going for 3. Baselining on the 20. On the 5, build up, sideways. Yeah, this is textbook entry. I'm not a big fan of how, quote unquote, late into the market we are. This is one of those later, riskier entries where you can anticipate to take more losses, but when you don't, and the market's still blowing up, well, you're going to catch your edge out of it. Full break even on that candle. And we just milk. 50% off is going to be somewhere right around there. 50% off, I'm going to trail to somewhere around here. Okay, take off my 50. Gotta manage the rest with the 20. Looking at the hourly at this point, accumulation 1, 2, 3. I'm not going to trade anymore. I'm anticipating this market to just crash down at this point. Looking at the 20, accumulation 1, 2, 3. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. This market is primed to just collapse at this point. So what am I going to do? I'm going to trail my 20 a little bit tighter than usual. Hello? There it is. I'm going to do here. It's very low, but putting it here is a little too crazy for me. I might drag it just a little higher to around this point. And man, if this market holds up. Okay. Okay. Finally. And there's that crash we were anticipating. Now, if we look at accumulation momentum 1, 2, 3, delivering for 4, I'm staying out of this market. Even if we have a giant just push up, I don't care. And there you have it. You have the bigger flush out. Now, we restart our count. Why? This is some sort of offloading of positions that's very different from this kind of temporary pause before we go. This is weak to strong hands, whether it be reaccumulation, whatever you want to call it. And we're ready to continue this push up at some point. I'm just waiting for money to get right above this line, and we just fall down. Guys, how crazy is that? I told you it wasn't going to reach over these highs. And effectively it didn't. Okay, wait for money to come back in. Starting to accumulate to some extent. And we have money coming in. We look at the 4 hour. Not that I care so much about it, but just doing a quick analysis on the 4 hour. Effectively, we had accumulation, momentum break 1, 2, 3, and failed to deliver 4. We look at the 4 hour. Yeah, I mean, we're ready for longs again. On the 20-minute, we underwent accumulation. I'll even draw from here. Accumulation, going for momentum break 1. And on the 5-minute, I'm just waiting for my long. Market, I can guarantee, is going to gap up. Let's see it. Oh, fuck. We love to see it. I bet you there's going to be someone that thinks I'm like cheating or something. Okay, we're just too far delivered. We went through accumulation, maybe momentum break 1 or momentum break 1 if this flushes down all the way. Like, I need to see this thing come all the way down here. Okay, well, that's not too bad. Accumulation. I'll even consider this as part of accumulation. And then this as momentum break 1. Let's go to 20. We just underwent effectively accumulation, momentum break 1, 2, 3. Fell back down. Okay. So what I'll do is delete all these guys. And then we just underwent some sort of accumulation. We're still undergoing. Whether you want to paint this as accumulation, momentum break 1, or this entire thing as accumulation. All I'm doing is stepping down to the 5-minute and looking for our entry. And there you go. Entry right here. It's market close for us, so can't take it. However, gonna wait for us to come back down. And, well, guys, when your analysis is right, sometimes the market's just gonna go. All right. I mean, there's so much potential on this, unfortunately. I'm curious if before market open, though, where'd we gap up? I want to look at this point right here and then this point right here. Because I do trade pre-market, and there's probably something I missed in here. That would have been a break even. I want to see where the gap is. Because we gapped up. So that's interesting. Let me go back to regular. $15.30. Okay, yeah, we gapped up right after market close, so not really fair there. And then here, go to 8. If anything, entry here would have been a break even, and that's all we have. Yeah, so no other opportunities presented. Okay, so looking at this hourly, we have accumulation, momentum break 1. That's all I got. And now the market's gone without us. And now we have to wait. Because that's just the way markets move. Probably missed another entry right here. Looks like we're coming back down though. Okay. So accumulation, momentum break 1, going for momentum break 2. If anything. Accumulation, momentum break 1. Momentum break 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No. I'm sorry, but I just can't. Let's see this thing fall. Come on, baby. Oh, guys, I love this. I love this so much. Trading is like a puzzle that very few people get to figure out. And I like a good challenge. And this to me is very rewarding to be able to know when to just stay out of the market. Like this is a game in and of itself. Like other people like playing video games. This is the real sauce for me. And I like backtesting, clearly. Otherwise, I wouldn't be making 5-hour long videos. So here we have accumulation momentum 1, momentum 2. And sorry if I drag these backtests out. Remember, these are more for me. However, if they do help you out, well, I'm very glad they do. Right here is an interesting situation because I generally see accumulation from here, right? Which I don't know why I didn't start looking at the market at this point. So what I'll do is step down lower. I still don't know what the lowers look like, so we don't get an entry regardless. However, if I like really want an entry, and this is my way of quote unquote forcing things, what I'll do is I'll draw this line a little further up as form of accumulation, and then it meets my rules. So now if we fall back down to the MAs, then it's a valid entry. And we do, but we just kind of fall off. Yeah. So market open, builds back up, and we just fall off. So now on the 20, we're going to wait for a new accumulation to build up. Okay, accumulating. Nope, falls off. Accumulate. Now we're valid for entries right on that line. And there you have it. One entry here. Let's see if it's a break even. Okay, break even. No valid entries elsewhere. So we had our accumulation. We're going for momentum break 1 over this high. So now on the 5-minute, since we are within our region, any entry somewhere around here above the MAs. Give me that sideways. Falls off. Good. Like didn't even present an entry. And nothing. It's getting a little wicky here. And chances are we deliver without me, or we baseline very nicely here. And there's your entry. Do we deliver? And we deliver. Hey, yo. Okay. We low-key been killing it. Oh, and it falls so nicely on the 4-hour. 4-hour accumulation, momentum break 1 after this larger flush. This is just so perfect. Everything falls in line when the market's clean. Accumulation, momentum break 1, momentum break 2. Early in here. Underwent accumulation on the hourly as well. Fractally, of course, because we're looking at these larger models. Stepping on to the 20, we have accumulation, momentum break 1. Just at the high of this, we got our entry. Still within under, so sometimes I'll see price break through and then come right back for us. ATR is 25, so I could make it about 25. I think is fair, just to cover this low down here. Move to full break even at this point. And this one did deliver. I don't know how far. Okay. We're looking for a 1 to 3. This is a big SL though, so it's going to be a minute. Still waiting for a stronger push up. There we go. So I'll do 1 to 3 right around here. 1 to 3.3. 50% off here. I don't know if we got a re-entry. Let me go take a look. We didn't. That's okay. Okay, take off 50. I should have trailed. That was a complete mishap on my behalf. Trail to this low and then to this low. So take off 50. Look at the 20. 20, I'd like to see it hover above even this low down here. So I'll do the remaining 50 here, and I'll leave us with an extra like 2R. On the hourly, this might be setting up. So if this fails down, chances are we're going to get a new setup. And it does. So on the 20-minute accumulation, momentum break 1, momentum break 2, 3, failed to deliver 4, perfect. And now, giant flush down. Wait for fractal accumulation. So right within this high, below the line, we should anticipate an entry, and we didn't get anything. And we gap up. Lovely, lovely. Okay, well, another day of staying out of the markets. What's new? Pre-market. 9 a.m. Oh yeah, and here's our entry. Yep. I'm gonna go right before it so I can show you guys the thought process. On the hourly, let me erase all these. Hourly, we have accumulation, momentum break 1, going for momentum break 2. On the 20, we had a giant flush down, just reaccumulated. Or reaccumulated, however you want to see it, however you want to twist your rules to make it work. I'm not saying you should, but I do, and it works for me. It's finding a reason to get involved, pretty much. On the 5 minute, I mean, we build up, come right back, baseline at MAs. And I do trade, once again, I want to clarify, I do trade pre-market open. With the firms that I'm with, it allows for me to do that, so I'm totally cool. Tighten it down to that low. Get tapped in. I mean, this is just market open. Chances are it's just going to flop right back down, but if it doesn't, we're chilling. What are we up here? I'm going to do 50 here. And come on. I'm just going to draw a line here so I know. Okay, so I'll do my 50 and then take a full break even. There we go. I'm going to delete all the lines I have so I can restart my analysis. Let's see where we're at now. So we have accumulation, just had momentum break 1. However, we come back down, we might have a reset up here, down here. Okay, on the 20, we just underwent accumulation, momentum break 1. Or you could consider this flush and this accumulation, momentum break 1, 2, 3. So we'll see if the 5 minute, we come way back down here and then we rebuild back up. Building back up, sideways, falls down, building back up, and there's your second entry. See if it delivers, break even, it's gonna look like. And we'd still be in this. And it looks like it does deliver all the way from back here. Look at that hourly. Let me show you. Accumulation, momentum break 1, going for momentum break 2. Failed to push up higher. However, we came back into our area of interest, aka below this line. Getting bought up at that MAs. Look at the 20 minute. Accumulation, momentum break 1. Maybe 2, and going on for 3. Still within this region. Or even better, if you want to consider this a flush out, accumulation, momentum break 1. Both of them work out perfectly in our interest. ATR is like 38. And we know this thing just went sideways for a hot minute. I'm still at full BE. So I might play it a little quicker. Waiting for a 1 to 3. Oh, and I should probably start looking for new entries. Yep, probably missed an entry in here. On the hourly, we underwent accumulation, momentum break 1, going for momentum break 2, any entry within here, which I know I definitely missed. On the 20 minute, we underwent accumulation, momentum 1, 2, going for 3, maybe 4, depending on how you want to model this, or even better, accumulation, 1, 2, 3, flush down, accumulation, 1, going for 2. So we'll see if we missed anything in here. This is the only thing I see, which is all right. If we look at the 20, yeah, this was your only entry. Which isn't half bad. I'm going to step back down to this candle. On the hourly, we have, once again, sorry, but this is what I do. Accumulation, maybe momentum 1, going for 2, still within our 2 region. On the 20, we have maybe a flush down here, accumulation 1, momentum 1, still within there, or even better, I could also see this as accumulation given how long we were in it. Accumulation 1, momentum 1, or accumulation even better, accumulation 1, momentum 1, momentum 2. So whichever way I paint the image, it's still all coming together, giving the same story, if that makes sense. ATR is 27, which is perfect. If we get tapped in, we do. Full break even at this point. Waiting for our 1 to 3. Now in this position, I was also waiting for a 1 to 3, I believe, which we just now hit. So I'm going to drag this one out just so we can keep track of it. Hold up. Did we get tapped out? Okay, I guess I'm no longer in this position. Keeps things simple, I guess. Yeah, just waiting for a 1 to 3 on this guy. And take a break even. Cool. Now, hopefully we undergo a large flush out. Let's see why. Accumulation, momentum break, 1, 2, going for 3. Undergoing this larger flush down. So on the 20, we just flushed out after accumulation, momentum 1. Technically a flush out, accumulation, momentum 1, 2, failed to deliver on the 3rd. So now on the 20, I'm going to wait for rebuild back up. Anywhere showing accumulation. So anywhere above effectively this point, or just within this point. So now we're lining up. Okay, we're getting something. Sideways. Sideways. I'm just looking at the next high that gets generated every time. Just fell off. So so now I'm just waiting for more accumulation, and we're starting to have that come in. So maybe now we build away from the MAs, come back into them, and take our long. Take a break even. Oh, sorry. 20. So we just underwent accumulation, going for a momentum break 1. If we just build up right away, this is going to be perfect. Sideways, there's your entry. Take a break even. Wonderful. 20. We just flushed down at this point. So I'd likely restart our count. Accumulation somewhere around here. So maybe an entry coming in soon. Hourly technically did undergo some sort of fractal accumulation as well, or undergoing. Accumulation, momentum 1, 2, 3, a flush down at this point. So on the hourly, I'd be waiting for accumulation. Right around here isn't bad. We're in the accumulation. On the 20-minute, we just underwent accumulation as well. So if we get a flush down back to the 5 in a setup, I missed this entry, but that's okay. Okay. Came back. Let's go look at the 20 again. Accumulation going for momentum break 1. On the hourly, we flush down, still within accumulation, getting near the high of it. MAs are going sideways. Sidewaysing. Oh, baby. Look at this. Look at this. I love to see that. Right before market open, too. Or at market open. Chances are it's going to flop down again, but analysis was correct, right? Recount. Accumulation on hourly 1, still within it. So our rules are inside accumulation. Yeah, first break. And those are the most winners we have. We went sideways on the MAs, building higher. On the 20, we step back down lower. Let's see what we're looking for. Early stage delivery with a momentum break. Well, we had accumulation break 1, momentum break 1. We interacted with the MAs and we went sideways for 1 to 4 candles. Our entry candle is directly interacting with the MA, which would be this high right here, this candle. We stayed away from choppiness, yep, or wickiness, and our, yep, cool. ATR is 12. I'd take that tighter. Okay, full break even right off the bat. What are we at? 7R. I'd probably take a 50. Well, a little too late for that. I'll take a 50 here. Okay, and I just moved too quickly. Let me draw a line so I know where. There we go. Hey, yo, what? Sorry about that. Got tapped in, full break even at this point, and then take a 50 here. And then take a full break even. Perfect. And that right there is going to allow us for more entries. If we look at the hourly, gonna delete everything, restart. Hourly, we are still within accumulation, just at the high of it. On the 20, we underwent accumulation, momentum break 1, going for momentum break 2. On the 5 minute, we're waiting for sideways in our entry. Our build up, and we just fall off. Nothing to do. Hourly's probably failing at this point. Yep. And notice, all it took... Yeah, I got this. All it took was this small candle to make, I don't know, 2RR. So now on the hourly, we're waiting for accumulation to retake place. And we get it right here. So I can replay to this guy. On the 4 hour. This is fun. 4 hour accumulation, flush down accumulation, momentum 1, 2, flush down accumulation 1, momentum 1, going for momentum 2. On the hourly, complete flush down at this point, just undergoing accumulation 1. On the 20 minute, we just underwent accumulation 1 as well. We're a little high in this range. If anything, I'd draw the hourly somewhere around here. And on the 20, if we get a flush back down, like if we get something like this and then a 5 minute build up, we're going to be good for long. Flush back down. I don't think this is valid. We'll take a look. Yeah, we're too far from the range. So now we're out of the market again. We underwent accumulation on the 20 and we're just waiting at this point. On the hourly, we underwent accumulation. I want to see a little bit more down, if anything. There we go. And then hourly. Yeah, I'm good for longs at this point. Why? Accumulation. Maybe momentum break 1, momentum break 2. If we look at that hourly, we had just underwent accumulation going for momentum break 1. So on the 5 minute, wait for our sideways, falls off, and we just fall down again. Hourly, accumulation going for momentum break 1. On the 20 minute, we have accumulation, fails back down. So waiting on accumulation for the 20, somewhere around here. Yep. And there you have it, right below that low. Let me go back to this candle and show you what it looks like on the 20. Yep. Within accumulation, right below that MAs. Hourly, accumulation going for momentum break 1. 20 minute, flush down, just under accumulation point. 5 minute, builds up, sideways, ready to roll. Beauty, beauty, beauty. ATR 16. So I'm going to tighten it up even to here. Okay, 75% off, 100% off. I don't know if it delivers though. Waiting for our 1 to 3. Oh, hello. Jeez. Okay, so it does deliver. Waiting for our 1 to 3 here. 1 to 3 here. 1 to 3 here. I don't know why I say 1 to 3. 50% partial, my bad. Okay, take off 50 at this high. Now if we look at the 20, we're going to see where we can manage to next. Probably to here. If price comes below this point, it's definitely not to reaccumulate of any sort. On the hourly, let's see where we're at because I'm a little lost. Accumulation momentum 1 going for momentum 2. On the 20, we have accumulation, falls back down, accumulation momentum 1 going for momentum 2. So yeah, a rebuild back up on the 5 minute and we're in all the way. Builds back up, sideways, nope, and we just fall off. Okay, so I can delete all these, go back up. On the 20 minute, we have accumulation, falls back down, accumulation momentum 1, going for momentum 2. On the 5 minute, wait for that reset up. Sideways. Maybe a break even? I don't know if this candle tapped me out, but yeah, I'm looking at this. And break even. Yep. Go back up to 20. We have accumulation, falls back down, accumulation momentum 1, going for momentum 2 up here. On the hourly, we just underwent accumulation, going for momentum break 1, momentum break 2. Yeah, so if we get a build up sideways on the 5, I'm in. Probably gonna gap up. Watch. Just watch. Oh, how would I know? On the 20, yeah, if we get a little bit of sideways on this guy and come back down to the MAs, I'm so in. Okay, back to the MAs, sideways. Builds back up, sideways. Come on, get me in. Break even. Builds back up, give me some sideways. We're in. Don't tap me out. Don't tap me out. And we get delivery. Bingo. There you go. And sorry I play forward before I enter. I just don't want to be replaying for the 50,000 BEs I take. Accumulation, momentum 1 going for momentum 2, riding up along the MAs, which is what we like to see. Right up, building higher on the MAs. On the 20, we have accumulation, flush down, accumulation momentum 1, going for momentum 2 all the way up here. Or even better, accumulation momentum 1 going for momentum 2 up here. Whichever way you want to paint it, they're both valid. Okay, on the 5 minute, we have a build up starting to go sideways. ATR is 17. Just like that. Get tapped in, full break even. Waiting for our 1 to 3. Dragging it up to here. And we got ourselves a little mover. Well, that's not fair. All right, now I got to restart my entire order because it just gapped up so far. I'm going to drag it up even further. Okay. I'm going to do 50% off here. What are we up? 23R. Guys, this is just incredible at this point. Okay. Take off 50. I'm going to turn on extended or electronic, my bad, so I can see where I want to manage my remaining. I'll do the remaining 20 at that low. And we get taken out right away. Let's look at the hourly. Probably far extended at this point. Accumulation, momentum break 1, 2. Yeah, there's no entries here for the next couple sessions, I'd say. Okay, going on for 3. probably market open, yeah. So on the 20, flush down, accumulation. Really not saying anything for momentum breaks, so I need to see this come right back down. Down to here, if possible, but we missed it. And finally going for momentum break 4 right here. This is the point where most traders are trying to get position long, and this is where people get really screwed. Accumulation 1, momentum 1, 2, 3, going for 4. What am I anticipating from this market? Even if I look at the 4 hour, this market's primed to come down now. And this is where most people get fucked over. They see a market going up and they're like, all right, time to get in. Well, you're in for a good ride. Hey, all right, let's see what happens. It might just deliver and shoot up like crazy, but most times it doesn't. Oh, what just happened? Had our beautiful flush down. Most of those people would have gotten taken out right now. What are we undergoing? Accumulation. Where do we get positioned? Right around now. Accumulation on the 20. Going for likely momentum break 1 if you want to consider that. So we're stepping down to look for our entries. Sideways. Okay, break even. That would have been really cool if we just took off right there. Give me a little bit of sideways. Sideways. There you go. And break even. And this was way past our hours. Market reopen. Give me a little bit of that sideways. We're in. Break even. Sideways. Break even. And probably far too extended for us. Accumulation. Momentum break 1. Momentum break 2. So on the 5 minute, a little bit of sideways. Getting that. And we're in. And yeah, probably tap us out. Cool. Didn't mean to erase all that. Let me step back up to the hourly to delete everything, and then we'll restart. Hourly accumulation going for momentum break 1 on the 20. We have accumulation, momentum break 1, maybe 2, going for 3. There's still potential on this move. On the 5 minute, builds back up. Sideways. Ooh, that was close. And we survive. Wonderful. Got this beautiful sideways right here. 17. Get tapped in. Immediate break even. Waiting for our 1 to 3, which we certainly have. 50% off trail. Take off 50. Manage with the 20. And at this point, this market's either going to just blow up or come crashing down very quickly. And we get this crash. Technically, I should still be in it, but that's all good. And that's the crash. And now we get new builds up that are going to feed into our beautiful market. Accumulation, momentum break 1. Still within that momentum break 1. On the 20, we had this larger flush out just accumulated or within accumulation, however you want to see it. Probably missed my entry right in here. There you have it. I think it's still worthy of throwing in the data collection. If we look at the hourly, if we look at the 20 accumulation is right within this region or this region that I painted out. I'd love to see it riding the MAs and building higher. And that's what we have right now. And then on the 5 minute, we built up, baselined at the MAs. Set your entry buy stop over whichever high is highest. ATR is 22. I'll make it a little larger. Get tapped in. Move to full break even at this point. And take a break even. Still valid for a long term if we build back up. And it seems like we're not getting that. So on the 20, no longer accumulating, just falling off. And starting to accumulate, we're probably about to gap up. There you go, accumulated. Fell back down, going for momentum break 1, nope, and fell apart. Starting to accumulate. Yep. Probably missed my entry right on this candle. If we look at the hourly, see where we're at. Hourly, we just underwent a full flush. So at this point, undergoing accumulation on the hourly right under accumulation break 1, which is still valid for trades. It's just a little sketchier. Same on the 20-minute, just underwent accumulation. Probably somewhere a trade in here. But if anything, we can wait for it to build up higher. Accumulation going for momentum break 1. On the hourly, this is an interesting one because you could see this as accumulation as well. So it's an interesting situation here. Hang on, I'm going to take a quick break here. Alrighty guys, I am back. It is the next day. My apologies for delaying this completion. I have just been on and off, but I'm doing a lot better, thank God. And let's get back into it. Completely forgot where I was at. So we're going to start up from the monthly again. We're just going to delete everything. Monthly, we're just in delivery. Weekly, we're just in delivery. Daily, not really caring about models, but all I care is that we're sidewaysing and we're setting up for something beautiful here. 4 hour, we underwent accumulation, probably some sort of somewhat larger flush down. We can see it as accumulation, momentum 1. Kind of failed to deliver, so fell back down. So I'd restart my count probably around here. Accumulation, momentum break, maybe 1, going for 2, potentially. Don't care too much about models on the 4 hour as I do on the 1 hour. 1 hour, we underwent accumulation, momentum break 1, 2, flush back down. So I'll restart my count. Underwent accumulation, momentum 1, failed back down. And now we just underwent accumulation on the hourly, and that's what we were looking for, longs here. On the 20, we underwent accumulation, going for momentum break 1. Hopefully we can retrace back a little bit, and then I'd be looking for longs here. Getting that retracement, getting these longs coming in, and a break even. At this point on the 20-minute, if we look at our rules, specifically this one, our entry candle is not directly interacting with the MAs in a sideways fashion. So unfortunately, this might be just one that we let go. Okay. Now we come down. Wonderful. And we still haven't, quote unquote, completed momentum break 1. Sorry, I do have some music in the background. Hopefully that doesn't bother you guys. But yeah, we underwent accumulation on the hourly for the most part, still undergoing. So now, given that we're still under the 20 area, we're going to push up, falling back down, waiting for another bullish push up above MAs, sideways, and there you have it. Probably break even. Yep. Okay. Oh, my goodness. Don't worry, we'll be okay. We'll make a full recovery. Ooh. All right, boys. I'm so sorry. That was right next to the mic. Okay. I don't know what's going on today. Okay. I just want to blow my nose real quick. On the hourly, yeah. We're still waiting. It seems like we're having a larger flush down on the 4 hour. If anything, larger flush down accumulation going for momentum break 1 at this high. I wouldn't really consider this a break so much. And then, yeah, if anything, just waiting for accumulation on the 1 hour, somewhere around this point. Yep. Then I can step down, probably an entry somewhere around here. If we look at the 20-minute, we underwent accumulation going for momentum break 1. If we look at the hourly, we're just over. And if you see here, entry outside of accumulation, we had very few of those that actually delivered in this particular backtest that we did before. So maybe that's something I want to keep in mind. But yeah, this is a good entry. We fall back down. This is perfect because if we reset up here, now we're valid within entries. And if we look at the hourly, we're going sideways, accumulated, going for momentum break 1 on the hourly. So maybe a little build up, sideways, nope, and we fall off. So now on the hourly, we accumulated. This could be momentum break 1 still. And I'd consider all of this part of accumulation break 1, given that we continued sideways on the 20-minute accumulation momentum break 1. So both of these are lining up. So I'd step down, wait for our sideways, get tapped in, take a break even, gonna step back up. Hourly, still undergoing accumulation. I'd kind of label all this as accumulation. On the 20, we underwent accumulation, momentum break 1, going for momentum break 2, still within it. So if anything, step down lower. Wait for a sideways, there we go. Nothing. It just kind of fell down at this point. And on the hourly, still within accumulation. I'd label probably all this as accumulation, given that we're still going sideways. 20-minute accumulation, momentum break 1. Hopefully we either fall back down and restart our count, or we deliver from here. Accumulation 1, going for momentum break 1 here. So if we get a setup, back to the MAs, break even, past our trading hours, so we just kind of got to skip all this. Wait till next day open, we're gonna gap down. There we go. So once again, accumulated, then fell back down, reaccumulated to some extent. On the 20-minute, we underwent accumulation, going for momentum break 1. On the hourly, likely going for momentum break 1 as well. Accumulated on the hourly, going for momentum break 1, yep. So we'll see if we get anything here. Falls back down. Wow. Okay, this market's just playing. Maybe this could be the rebuild back up to momentum break 1. Accumulation, momentum break 1, or all of this is accumulation on the hourly, however you want to see it, both valid. And then on the 20-minute, we underwent accumulation. It's in delivery at this point, so I'm going to wait for a break back down. Okay, breaks back down, maybe a little sideways, and we fall off. Gonna go back up to hourly, and I'm kind of done looking at this market, probably on the 4-hour. Given that we're flushing down so aggressively, hang on, I'm getting a phone call. Okay, we are back. Sorry, I had to take that phone call. But yeah, on the 4-hour, we're undergoing some sort of deeper retracement, which to me kind of leads me to believe chances are this is a larger flush. If we look at models, accumulation momentum 1, kind of fell back down accumulation momentum 1. But seeing this as a larger flush, we might start to consider getting entered within accumulation. Oh, yeah, there you go. Within accumulation of the 4-hour. Granted, I'm not too sure where we are in the cycle. It's actually getting quite confusing. Looking at the daily, maybe an 8-hour might be a little more insightful. Accumulation. Actually, all this is accumulation. Momentum break 1, 2, kind of fell back down. So restarting the count, accumulation going for momentum break 1. Stepping back down to the 4-hour. Yeah, I could still see this. And we fractally accumulated within. Let's look at the hourly. On the hourly, yeah, we underwent accumulation. We're just far extended and delivered. It would have been a hard catch, just given where we were on the market cycle, especially given the 4-hour and that we were down. So we're just going to wait. Nothing here for us. We're coming back down, interacting with MA, going for momentum break 2. We're still very early stage cycle in this. Okay. 20-minute, we're within accumulation. Probably momentum break 1, to be honest. 1 or 2. If you consider this a break. Accumulation, momentum 1, momentum 2. Stepping back down to the 5-minute. Wait for our sideways. Build back up. Sideways. Full off at this point. And a break even. Nothing new. Okay. So on the 20-minute, I'm just going to delete all this. Go back up to hourly. I'm going to accumulation. Still technically within momentum break 1. On the 20-minute, accumulation, momentum break 1, momentum break 2, kind of fell back down. So I'd consider this accumulation on the 20 and then momentum break 1. I want to take an entry somewhere right within here, if possible. This will ensure we get optimal R delivery. However, we just end up going something setting up here. However, I think we're too high up, especially on the hourly. There we go. So we come back down to the area I wanted to see get interacted with, and we fail to break up above higher, which is good. So accumulation going for momentum break 1. If we look at that hourly, accumulation momentum break 1, maybe momentum break 2 if we get a bearish candle out of this guy. So on the 5-minute, chances are we do. On the hourly, yep. So now we're primed for entries because on the hourly we have accumulation, momentum break 1, still within it. 20-minute, we have accumulation, flush down, accumulation, momentum break 1. So we're kind of targeting this high. So any entry down here would be okay. It's going to be one of those like very quick. There's your swing. Take a break even if you would have taken anything in there. Building up, sideways. Nothing. And we just fall off. So at this point, I'm just waiting. Oh, didn't mean to delete all that. At this point, I'm just going to sideline here for a little bit till next session. Nothing really set up. Okay, coming in to our next session, accumulation. Momentum break 1 kind of failed back down, so if anything, just waiting for reaccumulation. We're within accumulation phase right now. Looking at the 20, flush down, accumulation, going for momentum break 1. So if we can get a very tight entry, 1 sideways candle on this guy, and we're in. Just fell back down. Still valid, accumulation, momentum break 1. Wait for a build up, sideways. We're getting something. Let me move that. Hourly. Yeah, this is an interesting. I'd wait for a rebuild back up to somewhere right around here. And we just cap up. There might be an entry here, but it's too late for us. That happens sometimes, and it seems like the gap was right at market close. Just kidding. So we maybe missed something in here, actually. If we look at the hourly, well, actually, the hourly shaped up from all the way back here. But we underwent some sort of accumulation. I have to wait till 8 in the morning. So right on this candle, actually. We'll see if anything's set up for us. However, we did undergo accumulation. I'll consider all this accumulation. Going sideways on the MA, so this could be momentum break 1. On the 20, we underwent accumulation, momentum break 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so I'm out of this. Just let the market go. Going back to regular trading hours. So yeah, we gap up. That's all part of the game. Come back down, not interact with the MA. There we go. So on the hourly, we underwent accumulation, momentum break 1 to some extent, probably at this high. Going for momentum break 2, still within it. On the 20, we have giant flush down, accumulation, going for momentum break 1 on the 20 as well. So on the 5-minute, wait for that little bit of sideways. Getting something, builds back up, sideways, nope. And we just fall off. Building. I'm looking at this. Come on, just deliver. And break even. Hourly accumulation, momentum break 1. Going for momentum break 2. Probably just gonna gap up this next market open. It would be great if we gap down though. Okay, it was insignificant. So on the 20, on the hourly, once again, I want to see what we're doing here. On the 4-hour, I'm just going to delete these markings. Kind of not very useful for us. Accumulation momentum break 1, go for momentum break 2, right at the high of it. 20-minute accumulation momentum break 1. So if we can get some sideways and a good entry on this bad boy, get into that sideways, looking at this high, break even. And hourly, we're already delivering at this point, so just let it go. Otherwise, we're expecting a collapse, which is perfect. Because now, we might get a rebuild. Sideways. Falls off. Sideways. Falls off. The market's going to tell you what it wants to do, all right? So you just kind of got to be patient with it. Accumulation, momentum 1, momentum 2. 20-minute accumulation, momentum 1 has been met. So I'll delete both of these. And effectively kind of fell back down. Maybe momentum 3, if anything. It's an interesting one. Red news, so not trading. Building up, sideways. Getting a little wicky here, so I'm kind of standby. Building up nicely. It is past our market hours, so just have to stay out. And we gap down. Beautiful. Well, now we get an awesome reset. So just wait for a rebuild back up. We do undergo accumulation right at this point. So maybe some entries as we get scooped into the MAs. On the 20-minute, we undergo accumulation, momentum break 1. So I'm going to go back 1 candle and see if we got anything in this guy right here. And we do. Right before our last few entries. Okay. We get tapped in. I should have moved to likely half break even. It is what it is. But probably around this, so it should have been a half break even on that guy. That's all good. We look at the hourly again. Underwent accumulation. Sorry, and I just have to be jumping around. That's the way I view the market. And it might be a little confusing at first to see this guy, you know, just jumping between time frames, accumulation, going for momentum break 1, probably at this high on the 4 hour. On the 20-minute, maybe undergo momentum break 1. Wait for a build up, sideways. Maybe. I'm looking at these highs right here. Let's see if it's a break even. Break even. But yeah, accumulation going for momentum break 1. Maybe momentum break 2 off of this high. And we're done. I'm just going to wait for market reopen. And this is market reopen, which is lining up perfectly. I might even have missed something there. On the hourly, we underwent a giant flush down. Accumulation. Not really any sort of momentum break at this point. This market's probably just going to deliver without us. Perfect. Now, we're going for momentum break 1 or still part of a larger accumulation. Don't know yet, but that's okay. We're just playing by the rules. We kind of flushed down accumulation, momentum break 1, kind of flushed down. So on the 20, this could be considered accumulation. Or this, it's a tricky one. Yeah, if anything, I consider this accumulation. And then if we get a smaller push down, that's going to be a fractal. Or this accumulation. It's not half bad. Wait for our sideways. If you're looking at these highs, yes. And a break even. And it just delivers break even. Yep, break even. Maybe I would have caught in a small partial here. Oh yeah, yeah. This isn't half bad. I'm going to go back to this candle. Looking at the 4 hour. 4 hour, we're just lining up for a continuation higher. On the hourly, we underwent a lot of chop, a lot of accumulation. Accumulation, going for momentum break 1. On the 20, underwent accumulation, going for momentum break 1 with this down bearish candle. Yeah, this isn't half bad actually. ATR was 17. Want to line it up with some sort of low. Full B. And we did know this ran a little bit. 50% off here. 50 off here. Take off 50. Run it up to the 20. 20 at this point, I wouldn't want to see price kind of retrace to around these levels. Otherwise, it's going to be for that larger flush out we saw. Somewhere maybe around there. Okay. Then we just get taken out. Hourly accumulation going for momentum break 1. On the 20, just a giant flush down. Gonna wait for, yep. And we just break down at this point. Wait for another accumulation at this point. On the 4 hour, this is getting a little not so much my style. On the 4 hour, we underwent accumulation. Going for momentum break 1 over these highs. So yeah, still okay. It's just getting a little tricky here on the lowers. Just underwent accumulation. Here we're going to look at the 20. 20 we underwent accumulation. Going for momentum break 1. So maybe there's an entry here for us. A little bit of sideways. Okay. Build back up. and it delivers without us. Okay. On the hourly, underwent accumulation, momentum break 1. That's kind of what I'm banking on. On the 20, accumulation, going for momentum break 1 as well. Flush down, reaccumulated, so entries anywhere past this, before this line. Otherwise, we're gonna wait for a reflush down. And on the hourly, just to check in, accumulation, go for momentum break 1. Okay, probably coming back down on the 20. Accumulation, momentum break 1. And on the hourly, we just have accumulation, momentum break 1. I know it's a little tricky. There's a lot going on here, but this is where I want you guys to get to the point where you could just be looking at 2 or 3 different time frames and knowing exactly where you are in the market cycle, so you know simply to stay out. Okay, yeah, we're valid for a long. 75 off. I'm gonna log this one. Let me go back to this candle. I have to go back 1 candle more, so I get tapped in. This is gonna be a beautiful loss to some extent. Yep, log that bad boy. And then on the 20-minute, we are still valid for long. So if we get a little bit of sideways and we get delivery without us to some extent. Okay, I'm not liking this anymore. Just gonna step away, redo my analysis. This is all still part of accumulation to some extent. On the 20-minute, giant flush down, accumulated, momentum break 1, going for momentum break 2. Still valid for entries. We're getting this sideways right at the high, fell back down. Did it in sideways, but we're just too far down at this point. 4 hour, yeah, I mean, accumulation, still targeting this momentum break 1. But if we break down any lower, we're probably going to have to step away here for a little bit as the market restabilizes. On the hourly, we did still undergoing accumulation. So this is where you can anticipate or take your most losses. If you're very risk averse, you can actually just stay until you have accumulation prove itself. I like to take the lower entries. That's just the kind of person I am. On the hourly, starting to validate on that accumulation. So on the 20, as we step down lower, underwent accumulation, momentum break 1, maybe momentum break 2, or even better, still undergoing accumulation somewhere within this point. Getting that sideways. Entry. This would have been a break even right here. And then this one, probably a break even as well. And there you go. It took us only 5 trades to get to the one that runs. Looking at this hourly, I'm going to break it all down for you guys once more, so you see exactly what I'm looking at, because I want you guys to get proficient at this. 4 hour, we're going to take a step back and see where we're at. Larger flush down, accumulation, going for momentum break 1. Or if you want to look at the fractals, accumulation, going for momentum break 1. Both of these are painting the exact same photo or image. On the hourly, given that we know the higher time frame and we're expecting longs, that's all I care. Like a general bias. On the hourly, we're undergoing accumulation. We're just within our boundaries of where I want to take entries. On the 20-minute, sorry, we underwent a giant flush down, accumulation, momentum break 1, maybe momentum break 2, or 1/2. Between these two, still valid for entries. Or if you want to consider this a larger flush down, accumulation somewhere around within here, still valid for entries. On the 5-minute, we built up, set up something here, break even. Then we came back down into MAs. We're baselining with 3 candles. And now ATR is 13. So we're going to set up something. I'm going to do it even a little tighter, somewhere around that low. It's one of those that you either move or just get stopped out immediately. 75 off, full position off. And I do remember this went up a little bit. Okay. At this point, I don't know where to manage, so I'm going to turn on electronic on the 5-minute, and we're just going to do 75% off here. Or 50% off, my apologies. We continue moving a little bit. And keep in mind, this is me testing for me changing to a personal account with a live broker. Which is going to be a very significant change because that means now I can leave positions running overnight instead of having to close them with props. On the 20, I'm just going to manage the remaining two, if I can get it. Probably around this low. The price is definitely going to take me out here. There we go. We're going to do a full reanalysis at this point. But yeah, you can tell our higher time frame analysis was right spot on. We knew exactly what we were targeting. It came down to if we could get position. We underwent accumulation going for momentum break 1. On the 20, we underwent effectively accumulation, flush down accumulation. I'd consider all this accumulation. So accumulation, momentum break 1, going for momentum break 2. On the 5-minute, we're going to wait for it to come further, build up, maybe even a little higher sideways, maybe a break even, get tapped in, take a break even. On the 20, well, let's look at the hourly. Hourly, we're interacting with that maze, building higher very beautifully. Accumulation, momentum break 1 on the hourly. On the 20, accumulation going for momentum break 1 or accumulation going for momentum break 1 fractally. Same thing. Given that we're coming into market close, we're probably just going to gap up. That's all good. I hate this. I hate that I'm right because I know it makes it very hard for me to get positioned. But we'll see here at 8. Chances are we didn't get an entry anytime around here. Yeah, probably would have stayed away from this thing at that point. So on the hourly, we underwent accumulation, momentum break 1. It's delivering at this point, so I'm not going to get involved. And the market just goes. Accumulation, momentum break 1, maybe momentum break 2. On the 20, we have, just accumulation, momentum 1, 2, maybe 3, 4. Flush down, waiting for a rebuild back up, just slightly over these highs. Okay, we do get that. Maybe we missed an entry in here that's a little low. But we did build back down into that maze. We baselined. Probably a break even. Move to break even over these lows. Do we survive? We don't. Accumulation going for momentum break 1. We are getting a little wicky here. So maybe something to keep in mind. On the hourly, accumulation 1, 2. Wait for a little bit of sideways. Get tapped in. Take a break even. On the 20, accumulation momentum break 1, going for momentum break 2. I could see us breaking down further. However, if something sets up here, we're still good for longs. Wait for baseline. Falls back down. Baseline. Get tapped in. And we get a delivery, which was this guy right here. So I'm going to go back. I just don't like to replay, as you guys know. I like to see if it's going to be a break even before. And keep in mind, my break even / win rate is going to be very fucked up for this back test because I've been not logging a lot of my break evens. Like I've taken a shit ton. So accumulation, momentum break 1, momentum break 2. Baselining and building higher on the MAs, which I love to see. On the 20, we underwent a giant flush down, accumulation, momentum 1, momentum 2. Under within these areas on the 5-minute. We undergo a strong buildup, sideways, baseline on the MAs, and this is our guy right here. Somewhere around there. Full position off. Maybe we get a re-entry. Accumulation, 1, 2. This is too far for me at this point to try to manage for the 3. We're still within hourly bounds, but no longer interacting. Yeah, I'm just going to let this one go. And I'll probably manage right before a little bit of the close. And I didn't do that. It is what it is. We probably did go 1 to 3. Oh my goodness. That definitely should have been managed. Minimum to here, 50%. Close came a little closer than I expected it to, but that's all good. I'll just draw my line here so I know. And then I'm okay taking a B for the rest. Just want to be fair with it. Especially on the live markets, you always want to secure just a little bit or make sure you're in enough profit before market close. But yeah, on the hourly, we underwent accumulation, moment to break 1, moment to break 2, maybe 3 coming up this session. On the 20, we had a giant flush down, accumulation, momentum 1, 2, 3, flush down, and now waiting for accumulation, which is happening right now. So maybe on the 5-minute, you can step down a little lower, wait for your sideways, getting that sideways. Building up nicely, just kind of fell off. I'm always trailing to the next high. So if this is a high, and then we get built a new baseline as we build away, but then we fall back down, that would be the next high I'm looking at. And I'll probably make a separate video for you guys. Oh, and look, that's the one that actually delivered. Chances are there wasn't an entry given the size of the ATR, which was 20. Ooh, just within our bounds, actually. And does this deliver? It does end up delivering. Boys, what is up today? Okay, let's go take a peek. Hourly accumulation momentum 1, 2, 3. So now we're starting to push the boundaries a little bit, but still within 3. Anything past 3 is a big no-go for me. On the 20-minute, we undergo accumulation. Still undergoing and still within our bounds. If anything, I'd move this line up since this is part of the chop right here of accumulating. And then on the 5-minute, we build up with such force, come back down to that MAs, and now we're sidewaysing. ATR is around 18 to 20, so I could tighten it up just a little bit. We do have all these lows that seem to quote-unquote align with it. Get tapped in, full BE right off the gate. And then once again, right before market close, I'll look to manage a little bit of the position. Looking for 50% right around here. $50 here, 50 here, 50 here, 50 here. Wow. Coming into market close. Don't get tapped out, and we're in a shit ton of profit. Okay, forgot to take off my 50. Come on. Take off 50. Leave the rest just open at this point. And probably managing the rest on the 20. Let's see where we're at in the hourly. Accumulation, momentum 1, 2, 3. Chances are this is going to be the start of the giant flush down. It's either going to explode like fucking hell, or we're just going to get stopped out very quickly. So I'll just trail to the next closest structure, and we gap up. Seems like this market ain't giving up. So I'm going to trail even tighter. Even tighter. This market's ready to collapse. And there you have it. And that's why a lot of people get stopped out. It's like, yeah, the market's going up, but at what point are you getting involved, right? My entry was down here, yo. Why are you trading up here? So, not to like, I know a lot of people that do make money trading that way. It's just not for me. Certainly not for me. Given that I've just done my studying on behalf of markets. Accumulation, momentum break 1, right here. Momentum break 2, momentum break 3 for the most part. And I could actually see this either delivering or just crashing back down. And there you go. I was kind of calling it since before. Now, if we look at the 4-hour, we're going to be interacting with the MAs. Oh, what do you know? accumulation, momentum break 1, momentum break 2, larger flush down on the 4 hour. On the hourly, we're generally just waiting for accumulation at this point, which we're undergoing right around now. So anything around here, and I'll be good for longs. Falls back down, still undergoing accumulation, so any entry somewhere within here. Okay, maybe missed an entry in here. This is likely market close. Oh, market open, yep. On the 4 hour, we didn't break down structure entirely. Effectively accumulation, momentum break 1. Maybe, but we did reaccumulate on the 4 hour, if anything. So if you consider this a break, then a breakdown, then we just accumulated or fractally accumulating within the 4 hour. So maybe there's something here for us. Around the 20 minute, we undergo accumulation. I'd probably even convert this high, and then maybe an entry in here if we get anything. This is your only thing, and we just gap up at this point. Now, you do get a little bit of baseline here, so we're going to see if there's anything here for us. If anything, I'll replay back to this only entry that we're provided with, and we'll see if there's anything here. On the hourly, we're undergoing accumulation. We're just at the boundary, pushing it. On the 4 hour, we're within accumulation as well. Hourly, same thing. On the 20 minute, we undergoing, or you can consider this accumulation. I chose to consider this accumulation, this entire block, because it works in my favor. Now it makes any entry valid. Now, once again, this is one of those anticipatory. I know that if the market even pushes up this much, this is going to be interacting with the MA, which is our entry candle. So maybe that's something I want to be invested in. Get a low. Okay, my low should have been placed here. That's all good. Move to a full B. Take a full B. Let's see where we're at on the hourly accumulation. Maybe momentum break 1. On the 20, we are undergoing sideways accumulation, momentum break 1. Yeah, so if we get another sideways, nice bullish push, sideways, and break even? No. Just barely, but you guys know I put my SL right under. Tap me out. Okay, yeah, so likely a very small partial of anything. I might not even log that. Stop, break even, looking for a 1 to 3. Yep. So like a 1.5 R on this guy. I'll log it for the sake of it. Accumulation. Actually, no, this isn't a valid entry. My apologies. Because all this is accumulation at the end of the day. And if anything, I want to see a build up or a giant crash down. Accumulation, then we're going in for momentum break 1. So at this point, on the 20 minute, giant flush down, waiting for accumulation. Starting to have that to some extent. It is market close. It's about to gap. Yep. So accumulation, going in for momentum break 1. If we can get just over these MAs and effectively flush down, I don't know. This is a tricky one. Accumulation as well. Still valid though. On the 20, we undergo accumulation, going for momentum break 1. Wait for a flush down. Flushes down way further. Four-hour. Accumulation, momentum break 1. Breakdown. Undergoing accumulation on the 4-hour. On the hourly, undergoing accumulation as well. Maybe along somewhere around here. And there you have it. Baseline. Chances are, yeah, this would have been a break even if you took it, and then no other entry for me. So hourly, we undergo accumulation. Gonna wait for it to fall back down. Going for a momentum break 1 here. Just completely flush down. reaccumulate. Probably don't get anything in here. Nope. And we're just in delivery, going from momentum break 1. Here on the 20, accumulation, momentum break 1, kind of flushes back down. Undergoing accumulation at this point, so potential entries right within here. Getting that sideways. Okay, new sideways. This is an interesting one. Probably a break even. Yep, right on this candle. Yeah, that would have taken me out. Coming on a market close. So none of these hours are tradable for me regardless, but I still like to do my analysis on them. Come into new market open. And go back up to hourly, see where we're at. Hourly undergo accumulation going from momentum break 1, which is valid. On the 20 minute, we have accumulation, momentum break 1, flush down, accumulation right here, momentum break 1. So any entry within here, flush down, sideways. We didn't really build up though. So wait for that build up, sideways, falls back down. Waiting for a build up on the 20, flush back down. So accumulation on 20, gonna restart. Okay, so we have accumulation. Anywhere above this point or below this point is valid for entries. Nothing set up. So at this point, we're in delivery. Just gotta let it go and we gap down. Reaccumulate on the 20. Gonna wait for maybe, yep, sideways. Nothing. It was either this high or this high. Both of them break even on this one, nothing on this one. Now I am rushing to get this done a little quicker. I do have some things going on today, but yeah. On the 20, let's look at the monthly again, weekly, daily, 4 hour, hourly. Accumulation momentum break 1 on the 20, accumulation momentum break 1. Yeah. Oh, how did I miss this one? Probably a break even. Break even. Oh. Failed to break, so still valid for an entry if we rebuild back up. Getting that sideways. Fails back down, still within our bounds. And this would have been a loss. We'll go ahead and log this guy. I guess there wasn't enough bullishness here for me. Generally, I like to see them push up and then come down. This one, yeah. I'm not even going to log it because I don't know. Accumulation, momentum break 1 on the hourly, accumulation, momentum break 1 on the 20. Like this, push up, come back down and doesn't sideways. And we just got down. On that hourly, we're done. Money starts to come in. On the 4 hour, still within accumulation. So on the 4 hour, you might want to add a roll because once again, I'm still testing the system and staying out of quote unquote choppier price action that isn't clean like this. Well, you might add a rule that instead of taking entries within accumulation on the 4 hour, you might take entries after accumulation has proved itself. So we're going to do that. We're going to wait for accumulation to prove itself on the 4 hour, which I do kind of like quite a bit. Accumulation proves itself. Are we good for longs now? Well, I'd say so. On the hourly, we undergo accumulation, likely momentum break 1 on the 20. We hopefully a larger flush down, accumulation, momentum break 1, going for momentum break 2. So setting up, falls back down. Step up to hourly, probably on the 4 hour as well. If we sustain this on the 4 hour, nope, we fall back down. Undergo accumulation on the 4 hour, going for momentum break 1. So now we're good for longs. Accumulation on the hourly, going for momentum break 1. On the 20, probably a larger flush down, waiting for accumulation to prove itself. Undergoing that right now. Probably an entry right here. I did play that just a little quick. My bad. Okay. Hourly, what's going on? Accumulation, momentum break 1. Well, I'm going to start to include the 4 hour in this analysis so you guys see what I'm looking at. First of all, daily, monthly. We'll start monthly. We're accumulating. Monthly, reaccumulating to some extent. Accumulation, monthly, going for a momentum break 1. Daily, just breaking down at this point. Daily money has not proven itself yet, but that's okay because daily's very far from my 1 minute entries. We could still, even this wick right here is more than enough for me. On the 4 hour, well, we saw it just collapsing. What did we wait for? Accumulation to come in. Proved itself. On the hourly, accumulation going for momentum break 1. On the 20, falls back down, undergoing accumulation right now. Still interacting with that maze, kind of low, some would say. But this is where I see my best entries. On the 5 minute, actually no, this isn't a valid entry, right? We didn't build up. So we're gonna have to let it go. Getting our sideways, nope, and we fall off. On the 20, we underwent accumulation. Or, still undergoing, and we'll see if we got an entry right before. Probably a break even of anything and red news, so that's a recipe for disaster. On the 20, we underwent accumulation. We're on delivery now. We're too late to the game. What am I waiting for? A big flush down. We'll see if anything lines up on the hourly, and it doesn't. Delete everything. Hourly accumulation going for momentum break 1. I'm sorry, but this market, you're too late to it. There we go. This is the only point where I'd consider an entry. Why? Well, we're interacting with that maze on the hourly going sideways. That's what I'd like to see. On the 20, this is probably going to be market close, which it is. On the 20, we underwent accumulation momentum break 1 going for momentum break 2. On the 5 minute, we build up to the MAs and we start to baseline. And that's where we gap up. We'll see if we got anything here. Yeah, build up to the MAs, we sideline. What time was this at? Market close. It is what it is. No entry here for us. On the hourly, accumulation, momentum break 1, momentum break 2. Falls back down to it, completely flushed down. What am I waiting for? Reaccumulation to some extent. We have that. On the 4 hour, what are we looking at? Well, we underwent accumulation for the most part, fell back down, undergone reaccumulation. I'm not going to touch this market until it proves itself. Okay, accumulation came in. Wonderful. Hourly, I'd consider all of this accumulation or accumulation momentum break 1. Gonna wait for price to come back down, which it does. So now all of this for me is accumulation. Accumulation momentum break 1, momentum break 2, perhaps. On the 20, kind of missed my entry. Accumulation momentum break 1, going for momentum break 2. Miss a beautiful entry right here. I'm still gonna log it. This is just for my sake. So I can come back and take a peek at all these individually. Going for 19 ATR. Get tapped in, full off right at this point. Take a full break even at this point. Gonna delete everything and restart to see where we're at. 4 hour accumulation proved itself. Kind of coming back down on the hourly accumulation going for a momentum break 1. And on the 20, accumulation momentum break 1 going for a momentum break 2. So any amount of bullishness right here and I'm taking entries. Getting that sideways. Break even. Push up. Sideways. Break even. And this was market open, so no entry. And then on market open, we push up, baseline at MAs, and we deliver. What a beauty. Once again, sipping back down to the hour, well, 4 hour. 4 hour, we accumulated. That's all I really cared about on the hourly. Accumulation momentum break 1, just at the high of it. On the 20, accumulation momentum break 1, momentum break 2, or even better, accumulation momentum break 1. Both within our bounds, whichever way you picture it. On the 5 minute, we push up, baseline at MAs. Pause here for a second. ATR is 22. I'm looking at this low right now. Gonna wait for the next candle open. And we don't get anything too crazy to work with. So I'm gonna use these highs right here. So I just use any sort of alignment with what I see. So for example, these highs align with my stop, these highs align with somewhat, and then these highs, especially when I'm trying to make something work. Get tapped in, full off, and we do get a nice delivery. Gonna do a 50% here, 50% here, 50% here, 50% here, 50% here. Still not tapped out. That's wild. Probably going to manage a little bit more aggressively. I'm going to step up to the 20 to see what we're looking like, but yeah. We might be able to survive this. It looks like it does want to move. So if anything, I'm okay with my stop where it's at right now. Please keep going. Okay, 50% here and get taken out. 50 off, and then I'm going to manage the rest on the 20. On the 20, I could see it come down quite a ways, and I don't want to risk it. So I'm going to manage the remaining here and expect to get taken out. Crazy work. No way. Maybe missed an entry in here. Let's go look at the hourly. And we did. Chances are we did. So I'm going to replay here. Move my SL like down here. Because on the hourly, accumulation momentum break 1. Here going for momentum break 2. On the 20, accumulation momentum break 1. I'd consider all this 1 and then 2 coming up. Give me one more sideways and we get a re-entry. This is an interesting one because the strength came from below that maze. Maybe a loss. Get tapped in. I mean, was that right on the pip? That was. My SL doesn't execute right on the pip, so we're going to give this tick 2. We'll see if we get stopped out regardless. And we don't. So yeah, I'll just replay this. I make a point for my SLs to not get stopped out on the tick. Like that's my saving grace right there. Full position off. And then I'll just manage the rest on the 20. So this I had managed to probably somewhere around here. Okay, get taken out on this guy at a break even, and this guy as well. Okay, hourly, underwent accumulation, momentum break 1, underwent momentum break 2, still at the high of it. If we're crazy, on the 20, we underwent accumulation, momentum 1, 2, still undergoing 2, maybe 1 entry here. If we get something set up, and we did get our sideways, break even, at least 80% break even, but we come back down. This is after market close, so we can't really do much here. Let's look at where we're at on the hourly. Restart. Accumulation, momentum break 1, momentum break 2. We're too far extended. Momentum break 3. On the 20, we undergo this larger flush down, undergoing accumulation right now. Maybe we get some sort of sideways here. And we did. This is a crazy kind, just not my type. Hourly accumulation momentum 1, 2, 3. On the 20, we underwent a flush down. We did undergo accumulation, still undergoing. But yeah, mainly down here. Getting some sideways. Baselining, wait for a rebuild back up, sideways. Probably a break even. Baselining, nothing set up, and we're back down. So I could see this starting to flush down relatively soon, given that we're somewhat extended. And we do, we get that flush down. Start reaccumulating on the hourly. Oh my goodness. There's so much going on here. Oh, and I've barely gone through September. Oh, I forgot. Is this a yearly long back test? Oh, that's a problem, yo. Oh no. Because I expect it to be done by August. Because I do have places to be right now. This isn't too good. I mean, win rate is crazy because once again, I did not include like half the break even. So win rate ideally should be like 20%, including my BEs, but it is what it is. That's completely on me. Imagine having $113,000 day, yo. But you don't have to imagine because, well, we're getting there slowly but surely. And I'm going to make it a goal of mine. With Top Step, I left them a while ago because they stopped working with Tradovate, which made it so easy for my order executions. Like, it was just insanely easy. And now it just got really hard because I have to do the contract sizing and all that. So I'll see how I make things work. But yeah, that's not a lot of trades. 46 and over 8 months, 9 months now. Crazy stuff, crazy stuff. But yeah, we got a good win rate here. We'll run like 10 simulations and we'll do 50 trades. Yeah, I mean, this is just beauty. Infinite compounding. Like, let's suppose now if we did 50 trades, assuming trading maybe 10 assets per year, this is what it would look like. And you'd be able to scale a start balance. We'll start with a basic 150K. I mean, you guys do the math. In 500 trades, you'd be up 8 mil, 9 mil. Yeah, what the hell is this profitability factor? That is absurd. And keep in mind, my metrics are going to be a little fucked. All right, guys, I'm gonna leave it out here for a little bit. I gotta go take care of some stuff back home. I'm at the office right now. Wednesdays really pop off. Fridays, apparently. Nothing on Sundays. Yeah, I mean, I'll have to do a little bit more testing now that we've kind of refined on what I like to see as my trading system. Now I want to see, okay, on the 4-hour, is it valid to want to wait for those validation type entries? If I go into trading view, we'll take a step into here. And just looking at this super briefly, because I don't have a whole lot of time. But yeah, on the 4-hour, waiting for validation, this is where your entries would be. Anywhere past here. Valid or accumulation momentum break 1. So at this point, after, sorry, beautiful entry. Anywhere in here. Okay, and then we fall back down. Nothing sets up, no accumulation, waiting for accumulation, falls back down, starts accumulating. Anywhere past this point, good for entries. And good for entries, good for entries. So maybe that's a new rule. And notice how I just kind of created that on the spot. Okay, we're chopping around and I want to get involved in this quote unquote long market, or as some would see as long. Okay, well, you're going to wait for accumulation. Accumulation comes in, proves itself, kind of falls back down. Then it reproves itself. Okay, I'm in for longs. You catch your long. Falls back down. You're not touching, not touching, not touching. Accumulates. Now you're touching. And look, reaccumulates, or in this case, momentum break 1. Falls back down. Still valid. Right? So there's beauty in this. It's just an art at this point. the perfection of the art falls down. At what point do you start looking? When accumulation proves itself. Proved itself? I'm even going to step down here lower to show you guys. But right after this line, you can start looking for longs. Okay, step out to your hourly. Oh, beautiful. Accumulation, momentum break 1, right over these highs, interacting with the MAs. 20. Hopefully we have enough data. We do. 20, accumulation, momentum break 1, going for 2, just over these highs. Let's see if we get any entries in here. Okay. We build up, go sideways, entry, break even. We build up, go sideways, no entry. We just kind of fell off at this point. Especially after we don't deliver within the first couple candles, probably cancel. Or if you would have gotten tapped in, large candle up at that moment, full position off, you get stopped out. Fall back down, build up to the MA, sideways, there's your entry. And this guy probably just delivers. Maybe. Oh my goodness. Yo. Yep. And remember, why did we take it? Well, we step up to a 4-hour. Come on. Accumulation had proven itself. So now there's enough money for us to justify getting involved in this market. I'm so sorry for the delay of this video, you guys. Granted, this is a yearly long backtest. So I still have August, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 4 more months of data. So if you guys want to see, I got until 2024 to go, which is this much. From here to here, and then if we go to 23, so we are about 65% done, 70%. So yeah, I'm so sorry once again. I just fell sick. It has not been a good week, but we're recovering. So hopefully I can get this video out to you guys by tomorrow or so. Hopefully I'm good by Monday, but yeah. All right, guys, I'm going to pause it here. I'll be right back. All righty, guys. I've got most of my voice back, and I am so sorry for the delay. As you guys can see, it's 11 p.m. right now, so I'm just going to punch through here for a little bit. I might just finish it. 123 days, a third left. I can expect 1 to 2 hours left. I do have to get up early tomorrow to trade, so I don't know if I'll get through. But this is where we're at. Let me show you so far. Once again, I've been leaving out a lot of the break-evens, as you guys have been seeing. So we can expect a lot more sideways generally, or not even more sideways because we still would have gotten these, but a lot more data points. So maybe instead of 46, we'd have 90 trades by now. And I know it's very unreliable data in terms of the total trades and win rate, right? So next backtest, I'm going to be doing a full analysis of every single trade I would have taken and even distributing in a good amount of variable losses in there, whether it be due to spread, due to red news, due to some whatever. Maybe I just had a bad day and I put in a trade where I wasn't supposed to. So that will be a lot more reliable data, I guess we could say, or realistic. I totally forgot where we were in this market delivery, so we are going to do a full top down just for you guys. So weekly or monthly accumulated, that's all we care about, going for momentum break 1. Weekly, I mean multiple times, fell back down, rebuilding back up, beautiful. I don't know why I have so many lines, but we'll go ahead and delete everything. Okay, and on the daily, we're just moving up, that's all I care about. Probably jump down to the hourly at this point. And on the hourly, we had accumulation momentum 1, 2, 3, failed to deliver on the 4th, broke down, undergoing accumulation right now. And this is where likely we had stepped down to look for entries. If we step down, we have accumulation likely within just the boundary of momentum break 1 or still within, I think I had called all of this accumulation at this point. So yeah, we're going sideways right now. If we get one more sideways, oh, and we're building, and there you go. So your entry would have been just on this candle. And given that I am trading not through prop firms, meaning personal account, and I'm trading everything, that means that I'd leave positions running even overnight. And I just have to understand the risk that sometimes it's going to gap in my direction. And I've noticed the majority of the time it is in my direction. And then the other thing is I'm gonna work a little bit on the SLs and see how I can fix these up a little bit, because if the market's gonna deliver, it's going to deliver. If I'm going to take a loss, I'm still gonna take a loss. So why not on those deliveries? Why don't I focus on getting larger deliveries, aka just tightening up my risk, which allows for larger entries? I don't know what happened there. I'm gonna move this down. I think the spreads in this app are broken. Because like, what are the odds the spreads jump all the way down here? Like, that's just not reasonable. So yeah, I'd be at full break even right now, and I'm just managing with lows at this point. I'm probably waiting for my 1 to 3 delivery, which I'd do like 50% here. Immediately get taken out of that, which maybe, no, I was hoping for a re-entry, but that's not. We need it to come down quite a bit further. Okay, take a break even. And now on the hourly, we have accumulation, which proved itself going for momentum break 1. So on the 20, we had what I would constitute a larger flush down. We are starting to accumulate, effectively accumulation, momentum break 1. This wasn't a like large flush down, so accumulation, momentum break 1 right here. So I stepped down to the 5 minute. We built up sideways on the MAs and nothing delivered. Built up, going sideways, nope, fell back down, and we just kept down at this point. So because accumulation failed on the hourly, I'm done looking at this market. And if you want to consider this accumulation, once again, we are within accumulation. Stepping down to the 20 minute, my bad. On the 20 minute, we had accumulation going for momentum break 1. So we're just within these interesting bounds. So if we get a nice push up, probably break even. But another thing is, if we look at the hourly, yeah, I'm not saying too much here on the hourly. Just accumulated, breaking higher. I can consider all of this accumulation as well, which is valid. So maybe if I step down to the 20, we have accumulation going for momentum break 1. So yeah, we're still somewhat valid for entries. So we pushed up higher, came back to the MAs. Now we're sidewaysing, get tapped in, at break even, take a break even, fall back down, build back up, sideways, and we do end up not delivering. So another break even there. Okay. And on the hourly, we are just now, let me delete everything so I can see this a little clearer. Yeah, this is all still fair for accumulation. On the 20 minute, we had accumulation go for momentum break 1. And it seems like we could continue from here. So step down to the 5 minute. And we just fall off. So I'm done looking at this market. And we fall off more. Accumulate. Let me look at the 4 hour. 4 hour, we underwent accumulation, momentum break 1, going for momentum break 2. Back down to the hourly, we did accumulate. So on the 20, we had accumulation going for momentum break 1. So if anything, if we come back down further here and then get an entry somewhere down here, I'm totally good. But it might just go without us. Come on, come down further. Perfect. And now we're getting something. Because now we're within hourly accumulation and hourly momentum break 1 right here. Right? Which makes it valid. On the 20 minute, we have accumulation going for momentum break 1. So now any amount of sideways, this is a little bit of a tougher entry, and I probably wouldn't have taken it. So I need to see it come right back down, build back up, sideways, falls down. Come back up. It's setting up. The bullishness on this wasn't too strong. Build up, and we fall off. Notice how that single rule saves me. The single rule of sideways, because we build up, we start going sideways and then we fail down. We build up, start going sideways, fail down. Start going sideways, fail down. So that single rule of just patience. Okay. And there's your entry. Although, yeah, that gap is not really enterable. If we're looking at the 8 a.m. hour, your entry would have been here, which is a break even. And on the hourly, let me turn off extended. Yeah, on the hourly, we're just too far gone now. Okay, we come back to the MA. So we have accumulation momentum break 1 or accumulation momentum break 1, but this didn't break, so accumulation momentum break 1, momentum break 2. That's the most reasonable. And then on the 20-minute, we have accumulation going for momentum break 1, which both of these are valid. So step down to the 5-minute, wait for a real clean bullish push, sideways, fall down. Bullish push, sideways. This is the only thing I see here, and this is the one that delivers. You see these highs? Like, that's just so clean, so clean. We push up. The bullishness is very apparent just with this candle. Comes back down sideways, and we're in. Once again, I'm going to delete everything to show you guys. On the hourly, accumulation, momentum break 1, going for momentum break 2. On the 20-minute, we have accumulation after a large flush down, going for momentum break 1. On the 5-minute, we have multiple pushes, especially these two, candle 1 and candle 2, the big bullish ones. And our entry would be just at this high. But like I said, I want to work on tightening this low. So, if anything, why not there? Is that too crazy? Might be a little crazy, and I'll see how this starts to work out. If I start to see, yeah, that's your problem. Now I need to know if I'd be break even. Yeah, so I'd be break even at this candle. I think for this particular backtest, before I even like start changing these rules, I'm just gonna keep it consistent. I want to be very fair. So ATR was 15. I want to be fair with the backtest. And I don't want to change it like halfway through and not be able to know if any change is being propagated in our equity curve by something else, for example. So we're in. We're looking for a 1 to 3, and it looks like we are delivering quite nicely. Okay, I'm gonna step up to 20 to see where we're at in this, actually hourly, to see where we're at in this delivery. Accumulation momentum break 1, momentum break 2. We still have good amount of potential here. I'd probably manage 1 to 3 to where 1 to 4 to where we're at right now. And who knows, we might get a re-entry. And we continue, yeah. 1 to whatever here, 50%. I think I'd do, let me look at the 20 and see if I do 20. I'll actually drag this down just a little further to somewhere around there. And then I'll do 50% here. Okay. Hopefully we build back up. Close enough. And then on the 20, we're likely going to get a re-entry here. So I'm going to manage the remaining amount of the position to this low. Price should not return to this low unless it's going to take us out. Oh my goodness. Let's see the hourly if we had interaction there. Yeah, I mean, this was your entry, but we just gapped up, so can't really do much there. And I'm just going to do a 50 partial here. Wherever we stop pushing. Okay, hopefully we build back up. Okay, we didn't. 50 was here. And then the remaining 20, or 50%, my bad, will be right here. Okay, we do get taken out. Step back up to the hourly, see where we're at. And I'm not touching this market anymore. Accumulation momentum 1, 2, going for 3. So I need to see this like on the 20 collapse and collapse down to at least like the center of all these MAs. And there we go. And we start building back up. On the 20, we underwent accumulation, momentum break 1, 2, going for 3. There's still potential behind this market. On the hourly, we are also going for momentum break 3. So here we built up, and now hopefully we start going sideways. Get tapped in, at a break even. Okay, we build back up. Builds back up, fall down. There you go. Oh, break even. Never mind. And that's why I'm not logging break evens right now. Just imagine we're replaying 3 times right there. This hourly might turn into a larger flush down, which is totally cool with us. On the 20-minute, yeah, I'd consider this a larger flush down at this point. We just accumulated. So maybe an entry right now. Oh. Yeah. Accumulation, momentum break 1. So probably I'm going to go back just a little bit here and see if I missed any sort of entry. Getting our sideways, get tapped in. I probably just get very lucky right there and then full tap out at that point. Okay. So on the 20, we had accumulation, momentum break 1, likely going for momentum break 2. Getting some amount of sideways. Nothing. Build up. The sideways on this one is a little weird. This high. Probably a break even the moment we printed this candle right here. And if we look at the 20, we have accumulation, momentum 1, momentum 2, and an entry at this high, which is just slightly extended for me. So I want to see it come back down. Perfect. And we just maybe fell off at this point. Accumulation, momentum break 1, fell back down. Yeah. So I'd be waiting for something just under here for an entry, which we're getting right now. Break even. Take a break even and reddening, so wouldn't be trading. So on the hour or 20-minute accumulation going for momentum break 1. On the hourly, we have accumulation, momentum break 1, 2, going for 3. So on the 5-minute, here of this 20-minute momentum break 1. Not bullish enough. And this is the entry that just ends up going. And now on the 20, we're going to be going for accumulation, momentum break 1, going for momentum break 2. Still barely pushing the limits of the hourly. So maybe we get a little bit of sideways, get tapped in, get tapped out. And at this point, accumulation 1, 2, 3, going for 4. I'm just going to wait for this market to flush down. Looking at the 4-hour, we undergo accumulation, momentum break 1 on the hourly. So, or accumulation, momentum break 1. I don't know. This market, something about it ain't looking right. And I'm, if anything, waiting for this thing to collapse. And then we can start with that higher time frame, aka the 4-hour continued delivery, if that makes sense. And there you go. Huh. Okay. So now the hourly count has reset and we're undergoing accumulation on the hourly. This is too low for me, especially given the MAs. Generally, I don't want to draw one of these lines, aka some sort of a accumulation or continuation model line below the MAs. Notice, just at the MAs or within them, above them. Otherwise, it's kind of a recipe. Like, why are we accumulating below the MAs in a bearish, I guess, structure? Yeah. So yeah, we're accumulating. If we look at the daily, just for a general idea, this is what I see. Boom, 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 boom. And that's why I'm still looking at this market. We're just pausing slightly on the weekly, ready for explosion, hopefully. But now that I start looking at this 4 hour, we have accumulation momentum break 1. But we kind of fell back down. This is an iffy one on the 4 hour. But we did accumulate. So technically we do have our confluences in order. And then on the 20, we just underwent accumulation. So probably there was an entry right within this candle. However, that's part of this larger accumulation. So, oh yeah, and here's our entry right over this high. See, okay, that would have been a break even. We rebuild back up, go sideways, fall back down, go sideways, fall back down. Not really enough build up at this point. And on the 20-minute, it kind of seems like we just fell off. This is still our target up here. Yeah, we're done. We're done looking at this market. Undergoing accumulation right now. Wow, this market just isn't it. Because on the 4 hour, we're just completely flushed out. So I'd be waiting for a 4 hour accumulation probably around this point. Falls all the way. And we finally accumulate on the 4 hour. That's good. And yeah. So maybe. And we fall off. We're undergoing accumulation, momentum break 1. Okay. However, this daily hourly accumulation momentum break 1. So I probably missed a couple entries in here. Come a little further and then momentum break 2 right on this guy. And on the 20-minute, we have accumulation momentum break 1, 2, going for 3. Okay. And on the 20, we just fell off. I'm probably on the hourly. So where we're at on the hourly. And delete everything. Flush down on the hourly, accumulation, momentum break 1, break back down. So no, at this point, I'm not really looking at much, and especially probably on the 4 hour. There we go. Money comes in. Accumulation on the 4 hour. Look at that hourly. We undergo. I consider all this accumulation probably. And we're too far. So hourly accumulation momentum break 1. And then on the 20-minute, we have accumulation momentum break 1. But we kind of fall just within the bounds of it. Or momentum break 1 up here. I don't know yet. So what I'll wait for is now we're getting this sideways, which is beautiful. Got tapped in. Just barely survive and we take off. Yo, this is beauty. This is just such beauty. And I mean, we just got beautiful SLs right here. I like this low. It's just under this low, covers that one, and gets me in at a pretty decent spot. Move to full BE. So I'll just put it slightly below. As you guys know, I'll take a minor loss. And we're off. I mean, that's just textbook. Big strength coming in sideways. Let me step back up to the hourly. And the 4 hour. 4 hour, we underwent accumulation, whether it be this or like all this, however you want to show that off. In a higher time frame delivery. So on the daily, we had also undergone accumulation. Hourly, accumulation, momentum break 1. On the 20-minute, accumulation, momentum break 1. Building up into the MAs, and we're just in. Waiting for a 50% partial. 50 here. Hopefully we gap up. Maybe there's a new entry. To the 20, accumulation, momentum break 1. Maybe there was something here. Yeah, there was. We're just gonna... I'm gonna take it. Let me see what it looked like. Yeah, I have to take this now. Accumulation, momentum break 1. I mean, yeah. Wait for the sideways. We'll get the sideways over this high. ATR is like 17. Ooh. Maybe something like that. Was that right to the pip? It was. So that doesn't count. So unfair. We'll see if we do get tapped out. And no, we don't. I don't get tapped out right to the pip. You guys know me. I don't roll like that. Full position off. Okay, and on this one I was still managing. I don't believe I took a 50% partial yet. So on this one, we're going to manage 50% to right here. 50% to here. 50% to here. Oh my goodness, these markets are just milking. How much R are we up? 18 R. I'll take a 50 off now of this guy. And then on this guy, I'll set it right below there. I'll take it off now. And now we'll jump up to 20 and see what we can manage here. On this guy, I just don't want to see it come below these 2 points. When we look at the hourly, we have accumulation moment to break 1. Chances are we're about to get stopped out. Accumulation moment to break 1, going for moment to break 2. Where are we on the hourly? Chances are, yeah, we're about to get taken out, but new setups should present themselves. There we go. That was quick. Notice, I just kind of know. Experience, guys. Back testing. It teaches me at what points does the market want to reaccumulate. Accumulation, momentum break 1, momentum break 2. And then hourly, we have accumulation momentum 1, momentum 2 as well. This is just perfect. Wait for a build back up. You could take entries here. They're a little more volatile. Not my type. I like to see money coming in. And we're going to probably gap up. But please come back down. Build up sideways. Get tapped in. Take a break even. Wait for a rebuild back up. See how we're looking on the 20. Because I do know what the 20 looks like generally when I like to see an entry, which would be right about now. Probably break even. Likely. Wait for a market reopen. And we're going to miss it. Gap down, please. Okay, let me look at the hourly. Accumulation momentum break 1, going for momentum break 2. Still within it, pushing the boundaries on the hourly. Accumulation momentum break 1, momentum break 2. Went up with a lot of strength, sideways, tapped in. Just survived that break even. And break even. Maybe a small partial, but doesn't matter. We got this hourly accumulation momentum 1, 2, 3. And on the 20-minute, hopefully a larger flush down. Start accumulating. Accumulation moments break 1, 2, 3. We could deliver with immense strength at this point. Give me a little bit of sideways, tapped in, break even. Getting some weird, interesting sideways, but we are getting something. Not trading during market open. I am trading an hour before, but accumulation moments break 1, 2, 3. On the 20, we have accumulation. I think there's nothing here unless we come back down on the 5-minute right to around here and set up. There we go. And we'll just fall off at this point. Yep. Reaccumulate on the hourly. On the 4 hour, notice we're accumulating. Accumulation. Maybe momentum break 1, momentum break 2. I do like that on the 4 hour. On the hourly, we have a complete flush down. We accumulated. Maybe missed an entry. No. Didn't really miss an entry. I need to see it come a little deeper. So on the 20-minute, we have accumulation going for momentum break 1. On the hourly, we have accumulation going for momentum break 1. So maybe if we go sideways for a little bit and maybe a little down. There we go. And then sideways, build up, tap in, break even, build up, sideways, sideways, nothing, nothing, break, okay, and that's perfect. And what time were all these entries at? Yeah, so these entries are not even valid for me. And we collapse on the hourly. We underwent accumulation, maybe, likely, go for momentum break 1. It's more of a very unique and like interesting entry type situation. However, still valid. On the 20-minute, complete flush down, accumulation, momentum break 1. There we go. Yeah. Accumulation momentum break 1, going for momentum break 2 on the 20. On the hourly, we have accumulation momentum break 1. So maybe a setup. Sideways, falls down. Or just gap down. Gonna delete everything. And probably on the 4 hour stop immediately. Probably on the daily, yeah. Probably on the monthly. Weekly? Yeah, weekly undergoing accumulation of something. Or reaccumulation, my apologies. Yeah, at this point, not really looking at much. Probably on the 4 hour start looking for potential accumulation proof. Okay, starting to accumulate on the 4 hour. Okay, so it does prove itself. It's an interesting one. Effectively on the weekly, I'd be looking for accumulation over this high, but at that point, you're already so far delivered. So what you can do, given that the weekly is so far from the 1 minute, like there's billions of dollars on the 1 minute or 5 minutes, sorry, that you could take in here. So at that point, I'm choosing to only look at the 4 hour, in which we've accumulated. On the hourly, we have accumulation going for momentum break 1. And then on the 20 minute, we have, geez, we have a lot going on here. Flush down, accumulation, momentum break 1, 2, 3 maybe. So it's still valid. On the 5 minute, came with immense strength, baselining, red news, so none of that. You guys know I don't trade the red news, and that's why. No matter what entry you take there, you're cooked. And at this point on the hourly, we're just delivering. No entry there for us. Accumulation momentum break 1. Okay. And on the 4 hour look at, probably lines up with the weekly now. Yeah, weekly we're it didn't matter. We still stayed out for that amount of time. So things will fall in line sometimes. Yeah, on the hourly, accumulation moments break 1, maybe 2, 3. On the 20, we had a giant flush down, and entries, we probably missed our entries in here. So we'll see. We want to see a strong buildup, sideways, and there you go. Right before our final trade of the day, hours, which is 2:30. Right at it, actually. So you'd have to see how you want to size up your rules with that one. And I'm just going to throw it under the swing low. Notice they're tight entries. Full position off. I don't know if it's a break even or not. Looking for a 1 to 3 partial. 50% here. Once again, this, I was more than enough profit. Spreads, I think, are things that you get to change in the settings, which I haven't gotten around to. So I'm just going to move this guy down to prevent any sort of issue with that. Because, yeah, that's like from all the way up here. There's no way spreads are going to be 0.5%. That's just not reasonable. But yeah, we're looking for a 50% partial. I should have trailed to that guy, but that's all good. I'll take my 50. Close enough. Oh my goodness, just look at where we're taking our entries. Like, we're like down here. Okay, so the remaining is just gonna be managed on the 20. And I'm just gonna do to the low. If I can get it. I'll do 2 right here. With the expectation that we'll get stopped out. Okay. And on the hourly, we have accumulation momentum 1, 2, 3, going for 4. On the 4 hour, where are we at? We have accumulation momentum break 1. I could see it coming down and baselining here for a little bit. It on the 4 hour has plenty of potential to run. And then we might get one more super strong push, but I need to see this guy like down here at least. Come down. Guys. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's just how you do it. Okay, and we build back up. So on the hourly, we're going for accumulation break 1. And we're good for entries. This is where our best entries actually occur. We're gonna go accumulation. I need to see price come down now. We're too far. There we go. And our 5 minute entry. What do we have? Well, we have a lineup. Beautiful things that when you just stay patient. Oh my goodness, yo. I literally can't make this shit up. Yeah, I mean, this is just incredible. And it helps because when I choose to choose an entry that tight, I'm going to have -1s regardless. So why not just increase the average return per trade? And you can see the effect that has. We're floating 74 grand right now, which when you're trading a larger account, this isn't too significant. Like 84 or floating 80 grand. I got to stay humble about it because, yeah, it is a lot of money for a lot of people. So we'll take our partial. Okay. So we just took off 40 grand off the table. And then it goes. And we're just going to trail with each burst. If I can get the guy again. And trail. How much R are we up right now? 10R. Okay, and that just gapped us out. All good? So I'm just going to play to the next day and see where we're at this point. You know what? Accumulation. Going for momentum break 1 on the 20 with an accumulation. So at this point, build up into the MAs, go sideways. Get tapped in, take a break even, likely. Go sideways, get tapped in, take a break even. Go sideways, get tapped in, take a break even. Come on. And then at this point on the 20, probably stop looking for entries and wait for it to come back down. And there you go. So we underwent accumulation, going for momentum break 1. And where are our entries? Well, build up, go sideways. Come on, build up. Go sideways. Get tapped in, take a break even. This was a little weak for me. And we just delivered like fucking hell, eh? And I'm done looking at this market. Why? Well, actually, we're setting up right now. Accumulation moments break 1. We're very early. Let me look at this point right here. Is it within our trading hours? No, it's not. So we got to skip it. If we come down, yeah, okay. Accumulation moments break 1, 2, going for 3, maybe. And then on the 20-minute accumulation, momentum break 1, going for 2. Okay. So we build up nicely. Push up, go sideways. Push up, go sideways on the MAs. Nothing, build up. Fall back down. Okay. And at this point, probably stop looking at it. Let me change the music real quick. Give me 10 seconds. I gotta be playing some good tunes for my back test, you know? And hopefully that you guys can't hear the music. I try to keep it very, very low. Okay. Hourly accumulation, momentum break 1, momentum break 2, going for 3. Still holding. And this market is ready to just continue pumping up. Accumulation, momentum break 1, 2, going for 3 on the 20-minute. We are in the process of accumulation just at the high of it. So on the 20-minute, if we can get a little bit of sideways right now. Just kind of fell off. Come on, build back up with strength. Oh, break even. And no longer really accumulation. This could be considered accumulation and then go for a moment to break 1. So still valid for entries. If we get a nice push up. Nice push up. Sideways. Break even. Good enough amount of strength, especially with these moves. Tap down. Stop, break even, take a break even. And it was at market close, so no entry. Accumulation, moments break 1. Accumulation 1, 2, 3. Kind of low in the range. And at this point, you could consider this hourly accumulation as well. be looking at the fractals a bit. So it's an interesting one. Still clean though. On the 20, we have, yeah, if we get some nice sideways, oh yeah. Push up, falls back down. Push up sideways, get tapped in. And do we deliver? Break even. Break even, yep. So on the 20-minute, at this point, we underwent accumulation. If we get a nice small push up somewhere around here, I'm in. Okay, accumulation moment to break one. What time was this? Oh yeah. Oh my goodness. Okay, let me do a top down for all of you so you see what I'm looking at. Ever since this point right here, accumulation, because we did flush down, moment to break one, two, we kind of recollapsed. I wouldn't consider this a collapse of any sort. Notice how I was faced with immediate strength again. So accumulation momentum 1, 2, 3 on the 20-minute. Let me zoom in here so you guys can see. We underwent effectively accumulation, flush back down, accumulation, momentum break one, going for momentum break two. Sustain this low, so I'm okay with that. And then on the 20-minute, I'm gonna pull up my rules real quick. I need to make sure we are. Yeah, give me a quick second here. Okay, so I just copied my rules, gonna anchor text it here. I always end up deleting it anyway. So on the hourly, we'll just go from the, where are we? Are we within accumulation momentum 1, 2, 3, or 4? We are within accumulation momentum 1, 2, 3. Okay, so we have okay odds of us moving. Did we go sideways on the MAs? We did. We are undergoing that right now. Stepping down to 20. We are within accumulation, momentum break 1, and momentum break 2. Interacting with the MAs, going sideways. We're starting to get scooped up by them. And no wickiness, and directly interacting with the sideways region, yes. And then here, what we just saw, I'm gonna even play it. It's a hard one. It's not one I think talked about, but yeah, we're gonna skip because what we're anticipating is for price to fall back down and then give us a new setup. Just to be fair, maybe I missed it. We'll just say that. Okay. On the 20, did we see a retracement? No, we didn't. So this market's just gonna go without us. Just kidding. It's gonna give us a new setup. Accumulation momentum 1, 2, going for 3. It is somewhat likely to fail. Accumulation 1, 2, 3. We'll see if we get anything here. And lo and behold, guys, look at this. Gonna delete well, I'll delete or clean it up. Accumulation 1, 2, going for 3, just within it. On the 20, we have accumulation momentum 1, 2, going for 3. And then I have on the 5-minute build up, going sideways on the MAs, all in one step, which is beautiful. And then I can step down either to like the 1 minute, let's say. I love this low right here. And 50 off, full position off. $50 off here. 50% off here. 50 off, probably here. So I'll take a partial. And we'll see if we get a new entry right now. Chances are we won't, but you never know. On the 20, we are accumulated momentum 1, 2, 3. Go for 4 right now. 3, 4, yeah. So nothing. And if anything, I'm gonna manage the remaining amount of the position right now to right here. Chances are we're about to get sideswiped. Check this out. We got sideswiped in the wrong direction. There we go. Holy. Okay. So take a break even on the rest. Not a flush down. I have to stay out of this market. It's probably going to continue delivering. I want to see this crash down. Like bad. Like come down here. Kind of bad. Come on. Guys. I think I'm doing something right. I can't tell you what it is, but I'm doing something right. And it is midnight. I'm going to take a quick pause and we're going to continue punching right through this. 1 month left. Let's get it done and post it to you guys. Alrighty, guys. It was a little bit longer of a break. It was about 15 minutes. It is late. It is late for sure. But yeah, we had this awesome flush down accumulated. Likely going for momentum break 1. We are a little low in the range. A little more than I like to admit. However, let's look at the 20, see where we're at. Yeah, on the 20, we accumulated, going for momentum break 1 as well. So if we get some nice bullish pushes, I mean, we already did. We were baselining. Oh, red news. Skip red news. Baselining. Break even, if anything. I want to see it come back down. Okay. Let me see this. Yeah, this entry was not valid at time of entry. So, gotta let this one go. However, now I'd consider this accumulation 1, maybe accumulation 2, or not accumulation, momentum. So this is likely part of the accumulation, but I'm going to count this one as momentum. Given how much money, came into this one right here, it constitutes enough buying for it to be momentum. So accumulation going for momentum break 1 on the 20. So on the 5 minute, wait for a little bit of bullishness and we're in. Break even, break even. And we'll just collapse. Then looking at this market for a little bit. Accumulating. Might be an entry right now. However, on the 4 hour, we are just effectively accumulating as well. So I'd just give it a little bit of time to prove itself, which it does very quickly. Accumulated at this point. So I don't know if there's an entry here for us. We had accumulation going for momentum break 1. And then on the 20, we underwent accumulation, momentum breakdown, accumulation. Our only entry is right here, if we did get one, and we did. Is it within our time? It is not. So we have to stay out. Okay. So a new session comes in. And we fall back down and we check this out. This is now all accumulation. This is momentum break 1. And on the 20, probably a large flush down and accumulating at this point. So any entry, we're building up, going sideways, a little wicky, but that's not a rule on our 5 minute. Still going sideways and nothing really built up. This was the high I was looking at and we just kind of fell down. We built back up with immense strength. Fell back down. Once again, this is the high I was looking at. And at this point, I'd give it accumulation moment to break 1 on the 20. Yeah, on the 20, I'd wait for probably accumulation somewhere to around this point would be our entries. We're starting to get that, but we fall off. So on the hourly, we just, and we accumulate again. So probably no entry right here. Actually, there is something. Let's see if we deliver. Break even. Accumulation going for momentum break 1. Hopefully we get a couple more sideways on the 20. Let's see if it's valid on the hourly. It's not. So on the 20, I need to see it come down further. There we go. So now if we look at the hourly, we underwent accumulation. Likely going for momentum break 1 or momentum break 2. And on the 20, accumulation, momentum break 1, 2, 3. I need to see this collapse and then a rebuild back up. And that's our entry. But nothing really set up. This is your only entry with a low here. I'm not taking this. So there we go. Now, if we look at the hourly, accumulation, momentum break 1, going for momentum break 2. Pretty much that's what I'm looking at. And then flush down, accumulation, going for momentum break 1 on the 20. So wait for this. This was your only entry. Break even. Sideways. Get tapped in. And we maybe deliver. Yeah. Beauty. Once again, gonna redo my top down. Accumulation, moments break 1, moments break 2. Going sideways on the MAs. And then on the 20-minute accumulation, going for moments break 1. And then going sideways on the 20. And on the 5-minute, build up, going sideways. Let's step down to 1 minute to find out our good low. And next back test. I guess it's good that I made this change now, so next back test, it doesn't come to a surprise. And then probably give it a little bit of time. Manage to probably around here. Oh my goodness, that was close. And right on this push, I'd be at full off. And now you guys see why my SL, sometimes I'll take like a quarter loss. And that's just because how I manage. Once again, spreads. I don't see spreads, especially on NQ. NQ is hella liquid. Depending on which firm you're with, yes. But that does not constitute spreads for me. I've never seen spreads bad like that. So I'm just gonna wait for the spreads to chill out. And sometimes when you're trading the lowers, you just have to do that and be okay with taking a -2 if your SL is down here. Make it part of your rules. For me, I've never gotten taken out in a situation like that, especially I'm trading with Top Step right now, and they have like 0 spread. I mean, it's one of the most liquid markets I think I've ever traded. Okay, I should have managed to here. That's okay. We'll just take off a 50 now. And then on the 20, let's look at the hourly. Yeah, there's nothing. So on the 20, if we fail below here, I don't want to touch it again. So I'm just going to put my SL here. And we do get tapped out. And we do deliver. So that was not very smart of me. I put it right there. That's all good. Oh my. Guys. And there was no entry here for us. Okay. Accumulation, momentum 1, flush down, accumulation 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's look at the 4 hour. This thing is about to crash down. And this is when most people are getting positioned. Like I remember all my entries, I used to take entries even all the way up here. Ready? This thing, unless it's like one of those weird ones that just blows up, this thing's collapsing in the next few candles. Ready? Ready? Just kidding. This is the one so far that, let me make sure my analysis is correct. Accumulation, moments break 1, kind of flush down. Accumulation 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. So it's just one of those that probably is going to blow up. There we go. That's the flush I was waiting for. Notice. Accumulation, momentum 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, It failed at 10. Sometimes you're going to get these moves. All part of the game. All part of the game. So undergoing accumulation right now. That's all I know. On the 20, underwent accumulation, going for momentum break 1, right over this high. On the 5 minute, step down lower. Wait for the sideways. I think we've gotten a little far from it. So build up, sideways, falls back down. Build back up, sideways, break even, get tapped in, break even, sideways. This is past trading hours for me, so actually, yeah. And then we'll step back up to see where we're at. Yeah, on that hourly reaccumulation, or accumulation in this case. And then on the 20, we have accumulation kind of fell back down. So I consider all this accumulation, maybe momentum break 1. I need to see this come down further. I need to see this 20 just flush down all the way, pretty much. There we go. Accumulation, momentum break 1, 2, perhaps. And now, got that strength going sideways. Nothing really set up. Sideways. Maybe. Expecting a loss on this one. But, well, fractal hourly going for momentum break 1 as well. So lines up with that. On the 20, we're seeing accumulation, momentum break 1, momentum break 2, going sideways, building up. Get tapped in. Right off the gate, 50 off. Full off. Yeah. Okay. And we saved ourselves a loss. Just how it goes. Gonna wait for some sort of new accumulation to come in. Actually, accumulation moments break 1. Technically, we're still valid, yeah. And underwent accumulation just at this point, and undergoing accumulation under this point. I know it gets very complex because it's like, oh, now he's just drawing lines everywhere, but it's like, no, not quite. Sideways, nothing really setting up. And we do gap up. This was your only entry, but as you can tell, it gapped up. And it gapped up. Oh, yeah, yeah. So this was during our session. So I trade at 8 in the morning. Looking at that hourly. Look at the 4 hour. Just out of curiosity. Yeah, 4 hours good. Hourly accumulation, momentum break 1. Go for momentum break 2. And then on the 20, we have accumulation, momentum breakdown, flush down, accumulating right now. So good entries all along here. And then stepping down to 1 minute for a low. Curious if we get a new low. Okay, so that would have been our low. That's okay. Full position off. Okay, so we took a small break even. That's all good. That's the risk that you take when you're taking a small SL. And then on the 20, chances are we won't get a reset up. Actually, I shouldn't speak too soon. Accumulation 1, 2. I don't know why I have a line here, probably on the 4 hour. And then on the 20, we have accumulation, and that's it. So probably wait for it to come back down. Accumulation moment to break 1. And it's falling in line with the hourly. This is so perfect. And then on the 5 minute, if we get an entry below these 2 lows, just at, we are a little too far at this point. So if we push back down even further, let me see what this looks like on the hourly. Yeah, we're too high on the hourly. So I'm just going to have to let it go, unfortunately. Accumulation 1, 2. Yep, lost a trade or missed a trade there. Accumulation 1, 2, 3. On the 20, we underwent accumulation momentum break 1. Going for momentum break 2. So if we get a nice build up on the right hand side of price. Okay. Sideways. Sideways. Get tapped in. Break even. Sideways. Get tapped in. Break even. Okay. And at this point on the 20, we might still get some. We are getting that sideways. Falls back down. Oh. Shouldn't be trading this. Okay, that's all good. So chances are it's going to come right back down to the MA and then build something. Sideways. Break even. It had a little bit of strength here. Tapped in. Chances are break even. Break even. Getting sideways. Break even. Sideways. Nothing. Nothing. This is... I don't know how to feel about this one. Are we a little too high? Accumulation. Moment break 1. 2. And then on the 20 minute, we underwent accumulation 1, 2, 3. What? No, accumulate. I count with all these lines. Sorry. I gotta restart. Just like normal. Accumulation, moment break 1, moment break 2. And then on the 20, we underwent a giant flush on this guy. Accumulation, moment break 1, moment break 2, flush down at this point. So accumulation at this point, moment break 1 at this point. And our entry should be below these lines. Let me go take a look. Accumulation moment break 1, moment break 2, and on the 20, we're undergoing accumulation sideways, building up on that maze. And this market close, so can't take it. All that analysis just to not take anything. There we go. We come right back down. So we underwent accumulation on the 20. Accumulation, moment to break 1 on the 20, going for moment to break 2. And on the hourly, if we can get a little bit more sideways, I think this would be, yes. Oh my goodness. Break even. However, on the hourly, once again, can delete everything. I should make them different colors. Accumulation, moment to break 1, moment to break 2, moment to break 3. And on the 20, we underwent accumulation, momentum break 1 up here, maybe? Yeah, I see it. So just wait for our nice build up and then sideways. Tapped in, break even. Going sideways. I'm definitely going to work quite a bit on the entries to refine. But yeah, and we fall off. Chances are we will not have enough time to rebuild back up. We are undergoing hourly accumulation at this point on the 20. Accumulation, moment break 1, flush back down. So I would wait. Yep, and that's it. This is the back test, guys. Let's go to it. Okay. How was it? Well, I don't know about you, but is that 1,000? 1,000% in 1 year in one asset? I don't know, guys. I don't know. Now, let's suppose you took half as many good trades. Just half. Well, you'd be up at 500%. like your performance on the market, even if you had like half a bad year and half of this was red, even if you're losing 15% a month, one good month is going to make up for all the bad months. One good month. And notice 1, 2, 3, 4 trades. Actually, I took a few. But like in 1 day, 3 trades and then not take anything for a good while. August, not trade for the majority of the month. And the worst part is that you have to be on the charts at all times because you have just 5 minutes, effectively, 5 to 15 minutes to execute that trade. If you're not on the chart within that time, you are missing it. So that's why, you just gotta roll with the punches. You always gotta be online. But what a beautiful backtest. I'll get this posted for you guys tomorrow morning while I'm doing my market analysis and whatnot. Today I took a break even and like a minor loss. So, or no, I took a loss and a break even. It was like a half loss. Yeah. This is it. We'll run a quick scenario. Which was our backtest? Yeah, our backtest was just blew every other model out of the water. And then if we were to run 5 simulations with, let's even say a year worth of data, 100 trades-ish per asset. Well, starting with, I guess this isn't correct. But if you were to continue at this point with this account, which is 1.7 mil, let's say 2 mil, you'd be at 5 mil by the end of the year. Or let's say now you're trading 3 assets and you get about 100 trades a year. Well, you'd be at this. And let's say more realistically, you're trading like 6 assets, but they're not all going to be good. Let's just say 600 trades. I don't think this includes compounding. Maybe it does. Let me add another 0 to see if it goes up. Yeah, this is non-compounding. It looks like static risk. Yeah. I'd be so interested to see how compounding would look on this guy. And I think what I'm going to do tomorrow as well is export these trades into an actual equity curve to see what the compounding looks like. I'd do it right now, but guys, come on. It's about to be 1 in the morning and I gotta hit the hay. So I'll let you guys go.